Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the final day of the International Day of Calm Virtual Summit. We are so excited to have you here. I hope the previous days have really brought you peace and kindness and love, not only to others, but to yourself. As we try to build a more intentional world, try to really create our own calm so that we can share happiness and calm to others and really spread the intention of eliminating all this anger and rage and creating a society that ends this senseless violence against children. They are our next generation. And if we don't get intentional about ending the anger and rage through parenting, intentional parenting, through personal responsibility, through education, through safety and security, if we don't bring these four factors together and we don't start helping the mental wellness of future adults and current adults, this world will continue to be out of control. I'm grateful that you're joining me. I really encourage each of you to share this out to someone else so that we can really work to create calm throughout the world. We're going to get started with a little video for you to watch, and then we're going to talk to the director of the school that we support in Uganda.
Viewers all over the world, good morning. We are here at Brilliant Nursery and Primary School. Thank you so much for watching this show.
Hi, welcome back. And I'm talking today with Mugisha John Paul. He is the founder and director of the Brilliant Primary School of Uganda in East Africa. What you just saw a film about. Welcome, Mugisha John Paul. Welcome.
Well, thank you, Celia. Thank you. I'm
So nice to
grateful.
see you. I wanted to
Okay.
talk a little bit to you about really what your needs are for this school so that we can continue to keep your children safe. I know you recently and sadly had the murder of a 6-year-old little boy student in your school in his home. And I know these children live with a lot of loss and a lot of sickness and
Mm,
inability to attend school if your school wasn't there. So tell us a
mm.
little bit about why you created this school and the needs that you have.
Okay. Okay. Happy International Day of Calm, everyone.
Thank you.
My name is Mugisha John Paul. I'm 42 years old now, and I'm located in Uganda, Western Uganda, Western Uganda, in one of the districts called Chenzozo District. I'm so grateful to be able to talk to you, dear friends. As a founder of Brilliant Primary School, I had a vision. At first, I saw many children walking long distances, going to near to get education from other schools. So I realized that there is need of a school in that area. Then I had to start the school slowly. It wasn't easy, but after having seen so many children dropping out of school and others resorting to early marriage, we live in a place which depends on tea growing. So most of the children were running to tea plantations looking for early jobs, that is child employment. So my vision was to end child employment, to reduce on the school dropouts, and even help some orphans and most of children from disadvantaged families. Yes, we started, and now as we talk, the school has 383 children, but most of them they walk a very long distance to come to our school. We lack the buildings, we lack permanent buildings, we lack basic teaching aids. Most of the basic school requirements, we don't have them, we lack them. But we try our best with our creative teachers to make sure we use the available resources, the natural resources, in order to deliver what we teach in classes. So as we talk, some children they still come from distant places. We need accommodation where children can be at school and eat from there, bathe from there, have enough time with the teachers, which I think will help them so much. Another thing we lack school van. We can even pick children from nearby places, from not far away places. They also come and benefit from our school. So currently we have enough land, around 7 acres of land. So near the road. So we only lack the buildings. Sometimes it rains on the children. Some classes are very dusty. We even have some jiggers there because of dust. Jiggers, they attack children, they attack teachers. So
Not
my
a safe
vision,
situation.
yes, I would do better if I get reliable support.
And
I'm
that's why
glad to be
we
here.
really
Mm,
ask all of
mm,
you to help us help this amazing school. Almost 400 children go to this school. There may be schools in your neighborhood that don't have as many kids in it. And we here in the States, in other countries, we forget how fortunate we are. But these children are working on very rough wood surfaces, splinters, cuts, their mud floors, Like John Paul said, there's jiggers that can enter the kids. It is not a great environment, and yet they are ensuring that these kids are thriving. They need school supplies, they need salaries for the teachers, and they need permanent buildings. And we are fortunate enough to have Curtis Ginsburg Architects working on the design of this school. They are the leading architectural firm in green construction. So they have volunteered to work on this school. We need your help too. And that will come in the form of resources monetarily. So if you're willing to give, please go to rescueaschool.com, go to dayofcom.org. Either way will bring you to a place where you can donate. Every little bit helps, and we greatly appreciate it. John Paul, I know we could talk for a long time, but we're gonna have to run. I thank you for being on, and if there's any last words you'd like to say, I leave
I
you.
would like I would like to say to ask all the friends all over the world to join hands and support these children to have a bright future. I'm ready to use any coin that comes in and any dollar that comes in to make sure we establish a better school for a better future of our children. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you, John Paul, and we'll all pray for the construction of your new school as we work towards that. Thank you so much for being here. I'll be on with the kids, teaching them soon, and send my love to everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
So, wanted you to meet him. But now, as we move on, and while you're waiting, you can always hop on to rescueaschool.com and donate anything, $1, $5, $10, more if you have it. These children need our help. Now we're going to go to our first presenter of the day. And his name is Matthew Todd Johnson, MD. He's talking about calming health effects of forest bathing. He's going to give us practical examples. He's going to have a demo in case you don't know what this is. Forest bathing is a loose term for a wide variety of nature-based mindfulness practices. Forest bathing is a fully integrated and funded component of several Asian health systems, most notably in Japan. Our next speaker is a researcher in the calming effects of traditional Japanese forest bathing known as Shinrin Yoku. Matthew has bachelor's degree in comparative biology and East Asian cultures from the University of Illinois in Champaign, Illinois. He has an MBA in health industry management from Northwestern's Kellogg School of Management in Evanston, Illinois. He has completed his internship and residency at Rush Presbyterian St. Luke's Medical Center in Chicago, Illinois. In 2023, Matthew received his certification in Tokyo from the International Society of Nature and Forest Medicine, one of our proud sponsors. Thank you so much. He studies and researches and writes about mind calming practices. Today, Matthew will share some easy, fun games for you and your kids and activities that anyone can try at home, because you're going to be inspired after this and you're going to want to go out and try. Matthew Johnson is an MD earned at the University of Illinois College of Medicine. He is board certified in family medicine and licensed to practice in 8 U.S. states. Matthew, welcome to the International Day of Calm Summit. Hello, good morning, good morning, good morning.
Mic check. Can you hear me, Celia?
I can hear you clearly. Thank
Hello,
you.
world. I am calm too.
Good.
I'm trying to be.
Oh, I think we're all working on our calmness. That's why we're all here. And I
Thank
just
you.
love what you're going to contribute to this whole summit. This is just,
I'll try.
nothing like the outdoors to calm. And people don't realize how much we need fresh air. We need sunshine. Our bodies thrive on it. And in this crazy world, people just plain don't get outside enough. So I am so excited for your session. I don't want to talk anymore because I want to get you started, because I want you to be able to share with us all that you have brought. So I'm going to let you take it away, Matthew, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Coach Celia. Thank you, everyone, for accepting the invitation to come to a calm opportunity. As Coach Celia said, my name is Matthew Johnson. I am a physician specializing in forest medicine. Forest medicine is a specialty where we connect the
Matthew,
relation.
excuse me. We have some feedback. Is there another something
There
that
is.
Okay, so I think silent that and that
Is
one.
that better?
That's better.
Sorry about that, Celia. It's the challenge when you're outdoors. Can you hear
We
me
can
now?
hear you now. Perfect.
Is that better, Celia?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. We're going to invite the audience to do a series of games that will require you to do only one thing: letting go of yourself. The biggest problem with trying to achieve calm for both children and adults, Celia, is that calm isn't something you can gain. It's not an attainment. It's a state of being. A presence that is a condition that you can set. The conditions for calm are set by the individual. And in the East, in countries like Singapore and Japan and China, they tend to understand that calm comes from good habits that include gratitude, intention, exploration, and open acceptance of everything around us, including nature. I'm going to ask if we can start the slides for a moment, and I'm going to invite you to walk with me through 15 minutes of play. First 5 minutes of gratitude with our friend Kevin, who's going to demonstrate gratitude. Then 15 minutes of play, where we'll follow Kevin around our Shinrin-yoku dojo and learn some simple games in the right gratitude and the right intention to get calm. First, let me explain. You can go to the next slide, please. Explain what Shinrin-yoku is and what calm is. This is all based, by the way, off of the research that was performed by myself and other forest medicine physicians in the United States, and presented to the International Society of Nature and Forest Medicine in Japan in October. And it was an analysis from coast to coast of forest bathing practices in the United States and what works best to achieve calm and good health, and what practices we should encourage for young people. We'll go to the next slide. On the next slide, you'll see an incredible woman. As this is Women's Heritage Month, I believe, let me honor the president of the International Society of Nature and Forest Medicine, Michiko Imai, a woman who stands barely 4 feet 10 inches tall, but she's a giant of calm and forest bathing. Michiko Imai, known as the Matterhorn Lady, was the first woman to lead a team to the top of the Matterhorn. And she's an Olympic mountaineer. And she's also the head of the Society of Forest Bathing in Japan. She is someone who understands that calm comes from effort. Her calm, she climbed a mountain to get. Calm isn't something you can buy. Next slide, please. On the next slide, we'll see Dr. Ching Li. He is the premier scientist of forest bathing who proved, he's an immunologist at Nippon Medical School and my mentor, and he's proven, as many researchers have, that having a relationship with nature that involves giving to nature and being one and close to nature is directly correlated with a sense of calm, Celia. That the more green you keep in your screen, and that is our catchphrase, keep green in your screen. The more green you have in your living space, the more calm you are. And the kinder you are to other people, your subjective and objective measures of wellness are improved. As a scientist, Dr. Ching Li studies immunology, and he is proven that forest bathing, you can go to the next slide, reduces anxiety, depression, COVID-related symptoms, PTSD, and a wide variety of health conditions are improved by regular exposure to both the sight, the smell, and the touch, and as many sensations as you can of nature. We can go to the next slide, please. And so I'm going to invite you to witness someone playing games in the surroundings of nature. What you're seeing here in that picture is Hinohara Forest, and it is I guess you could say, the mecca of forest bathing in the world. Hinohara is in the mountains outside of Tokyo. It's the training center of the International Society of Nature and Forest Medicine, and it has one of the highest concentrations of plant pheromone in the air anywhere in the world, outside of the Amazon jungle. The very air heals you. The air itself is filled with plant pheromones of various kinds that all are used to communicate with each other. Plants communicate with each other. Trees communicate with each other. They use limonene and terpenes to communicate with each other to kill fungus and bacteria and protect themselves. But those same elements, when exposed to mankind, reduce blood pressure, blood sugar. They have anti-inflammatory effects, and therefore Dr. Ching Li has been showing their role in reducing cancer progression. And the biggest of all is they're incredibly useful for difficult to treat mental health issues, such as anxiety, depression, PTSD, bipolar disorder, eating disorders, and really important in children, autistic spectrum disorders. We're seeing incredible benefits from regular green exposure in kids on the spectrum. That's an area of research of mine. Here you're seeing behind me the Manjushri Hermitage in Tibetan Temple in beautiful Michigan City, Indiana. We're on the dunes here. It's mostly sand, and the soil itself has been depleted by mankind through over-farming. INFAM is here to create forest bathing bases in the Japanese tradition all over America to bring calm. So let's go. Enough talk. We know the science. Celia, right now on this forest bathing 1 acre lot of peace, I'm going to be quiet and invite everyone at home to join us, to be a kid again. If you have access to anything green, fill your screen with it. Next slide, please. Fill your screen with whatever green you can, living preferably. This is just disclaimers. This is expert opinion from physicians who've done research. Next slide. And that this is not to be construed as medical advice. If you have thoughts of hurting yourself or others, seek medical advice and seek medical attention right away. And these are the opinions of the researchers and not necessarily those of IDOC or of INFAM. Let's get to it. We're about to show a live demonstration. Right now, our friend Kevin has done the 3 first steps, Celia, of preparing for a forest bathing session. And this is what I advise parents at home to do with their kids. Next slide. Start with the one most important thing, next slide that has something on it, which is getting some green space around you. Now, if you're indoors, you can do that with houseplants, preferably house plants that are evergreen if you have them, or deciduous plants, that is leafy plants that have a nice aroma to them. Green requires gratitude. Calm requires green, and green requires gratitude. So on the next slide, you'll see right now, the first station is next slide after that, please. You will see that our friend Kevin is at a station right now here on the farm doing step 1, which is gratitude. He's demonstrating a technique in forest bathing known as canopying. A canopy, of course, is the overhang of trees in a space that tend to trap the pheromones in that give us the limonene and terpenes that give the health benefits of reducing anxiety and giving calm. And you'll notice that Kevin is just standing and breathing and showing gratitude to the tree. He's not just taking from the tree, which is the biggest problem that forest bathers experience. He's sending love to the tree and receiving it back. So step 1 is intention, which is to show gratitude for what you have and gratitude to nature. And step 2 is the intention, which is to give to nature. So here's one tip: just find a canopy of a tree, if it's safe to do so, clear your own mind and breathe under the canopy. Easy step, anyone can do that, and all you need is a tree with something green on it. Step 2, which Kevin has already done, is intention. Here you're seeing not the meadow itself, but an overgrown lot. And I know it's loud, so I'm going to show it for a minute. This is an overgrown lot by a highway outside the monastery, where the world has been pretty mean to this property. There's a lot of trash and a lot of weeds. So the beginning of every good quality Shinrin-yoku session begins with giving, the intention of giving to nature first. This is where people get frustrated, Celia, with yoga and Pilates and other things that you think you're paying for calm. Calm doesn't cost money, it costs effort. So the first part of every Shinrin-yoku session, after you give gratitude for what you have and for nature, is you clean. Now we're going to go back and check in on Kevin. Kevin is done with his canopy session, and now he's going to go play our second game. He's done some canopy. I'm sorry if it's a little shaky, Cam. They didn't teach us cinematography in med school. Now we're going back onto the course. Now he's entering what we call a liminal space. I'm going to give you a play-by-play as we go here. The liminal space means that he doesn't have to think about anything in the world except what's in front of him now. He's going to be like a child. He's gone back to a childlike state where he's let go of self. And having lost himself, he's trying to find himself in nature. Here we see the first station that Kevin has come to. And let me know, Celia, if you can't see any of this here. If I find out later I've had the camera off, that'll be disappointing. Here we see Kevin settles himself into a safe space. And this is step 2. He's going to try to find himself. First, he's losing himself by doing, I believe he's chosen to do some 4-point breathing, focusing only on his own breathing and the sounds around him. So I'm going to be quiet and let you experience it with him. And if you have some green space, let's all take 1 minute, everyone at home, lose yourself, and then we're going to find ourselves in nature. 1 minute with Kevin. You may not be able to hear it, but there's some bells ringing now, and that usually one of the participants will ring a bell when they're ready to go to the next game. Now that Kevin has lost himself, he's going to find himself. Like a child, he's trying to find an element of nature that's he has the most affiliation for. And you'll notice, Celia and folks at home, that he doesn't have an intention. He's not looking for any one thing in particular. This brings us to the second game, which is to find yourself in nature. Find something that isn't like you, that you're going to switch places with for the rest of this exercise. Usually a tree in forest bathing, but you can use anything. And when he identifies his totem, then he's going to explore. For example, if he's chosen a tree, and it looks like he may have chosen a tree to bond with for this session, he's chosen a tree. Now he's going to put himself inside the tree, and the tree inside him, in terms of empathy and visualization. Anyone can do this. Kids are really good at it. Adults aren't. You can choose to do some yoga, some stretching if you want to, but what he's doing now is pretending the tree is now him and he's the tree. We call it, in America, we call it the switcheroo. He's switching positions in his mind with the tree and imagining the tree is now free to walk around and see the world. And the second game is peekaboo. He's going to walk and explore. Remember, he's still being a child exploring, but the second game is he's supposed to turn around 360 degrees, appreciate all of nature, and then find himself again, because he's a tree walking around for the first time. We really like this, to do this with kids, because sometimes they'll choose a squirrel and then it gets a little frenetic. So let's just turn off the narration and let's at home, if you have something green, explore it. You're going to see him get close and get far. Let's watch Kevin play peekaboo. And every place he goes, he's a tree exploring. You'll notice that Kevin frequently will get very close to objects, trees and moss, because we want to engage as many senses as you possibly can. Sight and smell and vibration and touch. Often we will have tea ceremony at the end where we, if it's safe to do so, collect items that you can safely make tea with. But the point is to lose yourself and find yourself in nature. One of the unique aspects of this forest bathing course is that it is a native wildflower meadow reclaimed from an old Motel 6 style asphalt property turned into a Tibetan Buddhist monastery. A play-by-play moment, you'll notice that Kevin is just being a kid, exploring. I had a 80-year-old Zen master who started splashing in mud puddles. That's how wondrous the transformation that happens to you. He's going to get close to things. He's going to touch things. He's going to appreciate things that he never noticed before. And you'll notice he'll frequently turn in a full circle. And when he does that, Kevin is finding his totems and finding himself. And remember, the intent is to give nature a break. He's the tree who gets to take the day off. This is one of our pride and joy here at Manjushri, is our moss beds. Moss, abundant in North America, is a great source of limonene and terpenes, and close contact with moss, particularly in winter months, is associated with reductions in depression and anxiety with people with seasonal affective disorder. One of the aspects of our research is alternatives to trees in parts of the world that does not have trees to do forest bathing. You can always find something green, and it doesn't have to be a tree. Next, we want to talk about the rest of nature. What about birds and squirrels and other animals? Well, we can be thankful for them too in a wide variety of ways. Game number 3, or activity number 3, is similar to the totem activity, but it's more, we call it bird talk. And what it will be is simply, he's doing all the same exploration as before, only now he's listening to the sounds of nature around him. And you may see him turn and look up, and he will, instead of the tree itself, will switch places, we'll say a bird. We are a wildflower and woodpecker sanctuary. You can't hear them now, but Kevin is right now appreciating our pileated woodpeckers, red-headed woodpeckers, downy, and the many other birds. And he's simply letting them be human for a bit, and he's being a bird for a bit. Let's join him. And if you have any animal sounds nearby and human sounds, don't turn them away. Just experience them as Kevin is. Lastly, Kevin is going to return to his starting place again and find the original totem eventually as he works his way back. Please note the way that Kevin is walking. This is a particular kind of Bushido discipline called Geikodo, or geisha walking. It's inappropriately called geisha walking. The geisha weren't the only ones who did it. And you're supposed to be basically asking permission from the earth to set your feet down and put your pressure down. You're basically walking as softly as you possibly can. Celia, this is a great one to try with kids. Dare them to walk across the yard as slowly and as softly as they can, and kids really get into it. As an adult, your mission is to do what you've never done before in your whole life. Ask Mother Earth for permission to walk on her. And then there's a good opportunity to do grounding if you like walking barefoot. Feel your connection with the earth. There's a good time to do mountain pose or Tadasana if you like to do yoga, spring forest qigong, or just stand. Feel the warmth of the sun. Notice things. Enjoy. And at some point in the activity, the leader will call the group back to our gathering place. In this case, we'll go to our pagoda here in Manjushri. We return to the present moment. It's like mother ringing the bell to come home for dinner, and that's exactly how we should feel about it. It's not a sad time. it's a reflective time. And now we always have a pause to reflect. Kevin's going to come back to the starting point. He's going to sit down, and remember, this isn't Kevin. This is the tree or whatever his totem was. So first, he has to become a no self again. That is, he lets go of being a tree, and the tree is going back, and he's reversing the switcheroo, and now he's turning into a human being again. Let's watch him do it. And finally, we end the same way we began in the first place, which was with the right intention and the right gratitude. Our intention, now we're going in reverse, our intention was to show kindness to nature first. Remember that. Before we took from nature, we gave to nature. If there isn't any trash to pick up, then say a wish of kindness to a tree. If there are no weeds to pull, say a wish of kindness to the birds. Welcome back, Kevin.
Thank you.
So glad that you could share this experience with me. Honest first responses. Anything you want to share about your experience, unscripted?
Well, I feel great now. I was a little tired this morning, and my gratitude for this weekend that I've been here at Manjushri, and gratitude for the opportunity to be able to experience this and learn more. And yeah, thank you. And my intention was to have a little bit more energy, especially for the drive home.
I know you got a long drive this week.
Yep, and a little bit more, energy for the rest of the weekend. This weekend I came in with a lot of grief in my heart, and to be with that grief as well opened up the praise. And I believe that grief and praise are two hands of the same prayer. And grief and praise. And this experience, forest bathing is that praise. And I also get to feel held in my grief. And I hope that all people that can experience this, especially kids out there, can feel that sense of being held and can enjoy and also, express whatever they need to as well. So.
Kevin, Celia and our colleagues at International Day of Calm deal a lot with kids, and particularly kids with learning challenges, special needs kids. From your experience, do you think a kid could take away from this?
Oh, just fun. Yeah. I mean, a sense of wonder that they already have. But I know some kids, including myself when I was a kid, got cut off from in certain ways. And I know that that's so important to have that as a kid. That's sacred to keep that sense of awe and wonder. And I know that these experiences, out in nature, even if it's a semi-retreat nature habitat, even at that, there's so much wonder that can come up, especially zooming in. For me, that practice is what really brings the awe into the world, because I can frequently just look and just see things, from a distance and not even realize how gorgeous, moss is or the bark of a tree, so.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned the zoom in and out. Could you explain? I'm afraid I didn't explain to them that exercise. From your interpretation, what's that game, the zoom in and out?
Yeah. So the zoom in and out for me is just finding somewhere that's interesting, that looks like a place that I'd like to see a little bit closer up. And
just showing them while you talk.
Yeah. So once I've found that place right in front of me, I can then start to go closer and really feel, what does this bench feel like? What does this gazebo feel like? how does that resonate in my body as well? It's that tactile sense too that really is helpful, because sometimes when I'm just walking and seeing things from a broad view, I can feel disconnected. But when I zoom in, I can feel that sense of really being close and connected to whatever I'm interested in, as the kids I'm sure will experience as well.
Thank you, Kevin. And last question, are you willing to share with us the secret? Who is your peekaboo partner out there? Can we know? You it's perfectly acceptable to keep that to yourself.
Yeah. You know,
can we find your peekaboo partner? Can we play peekaboo?
Yeah. So I had a couple.
Please, it's good to have many.
Yeah, I had my first peekaboo was this tree here, and then I also had that house over there.
Yeah.
And sometimes I play a little peekaboo with that Buddha statue.
Oh, Buddha statues are great to play peekaboo with. Now, when we say, tell them again what we meant when we said peekaboo. What would you do exactly?
Yeah,
it's a good game for kids. Everyone played hide and seek when they were kids.
Oh yeah, when I'd be walking around, you know.
I'm going to walk toward that Buddha. Do you want to join me?
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go back to you, Celia, and answer some questions from the audience if I can. Okay, just a heads up to the audience. We're going to demonstrate one last game, and then it's chat time. Go ahead. You're going to tell us what you did with the Buddha.
Yeah, so just walking
I'll follow
around,
you. You lead.
When I would go past the tree, I could stop and then look a little bit.
Giving them your POV.
And then come back into the tree and then go back out. And constantly going back and forth in between. Now,
how does that kind of relationship with the tree relate to calm, do you think? Because this is a conference about calm, not about games. How could playing a game of peekaboo with the tree possibly relate to calm?
Yeah.
Sounds insane, doesn't it?
It sure does. Yeah. I mean, the calm for me is that sense of safety, you know, that I can go out and look into the world, and then I can come back in, and then I can go back out, and then I can come back in. And I know that's really important for kids, you know, to feel that sense of being able to go out into the world and then come back to some safety with family, friends, doctors, you know, and then go back out into the world.
Wow. Kevin, thank you. And everyone at home, please give a big thank you to Kevin for demoing this for us. And to our friends, there's one of our mini woodpeckers over there, and to Manjushri Foundation, beautiful Michigan City, Indiana. When you come by, tell good friends here that Matt sent you. And thank you again, Kevin, for your time. Celia, I would like to end by showing again gratitude to you and to your audience by encouraging you to go out and spend these last few minutes. I'm going to give up my last 5 minutes because no one should stare at a computer screen for an hour. Get at least 1/3 of your visual field with green in it, and spend the last 5 minutes losing yourself and finding yourself in the trees. Thank you. I'm Matthew Johnson, and I hug trees for a living, and I want you to as well. Keep green in your screen, and I am calm too. Thank you.
Muted. I'm always muted. Can you hear me now?
I can. Hi, Celia. I'm sorry for any shaky cam. They didn't cover some
that
of the
was
cool.
Wonderful. And one of the comments is this is truly calming to Matthew, to you and Kevin.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know if anyone has any questions that's watching now, but please, put them in the comments and we'll post them.
Great.
I just think, it's what is amazing about things like this is that they're so simple. They offer such amazing, tremendous results, and yet people move too fast to even stop and see.
I agree. It's slowing down and getting close. You heard Kevin say, and I didn't script anything. I didn't know Kevin was going to be our guest until yesterday. So the very first thing he noted was that gratitude was important. And I want to emphasize that. If you only take one thing away from this, don't try about forest bathing, don't buy it. Good forest bathing is a commitment from you. It's like learning to do yoga. You can't buy a yoga experience, Celia, and you can't buy calm from forest bathing. And that's one of the biggest challenges of the new and growing forest bathing industry is it's becoming commercialized, and it becomes, here's my $20, now give me a cup of calm, if you follow me. Calm is a state that you achieve through habits that are grateful, intentional. I know you like that word, intentional.
I do love that word.
Good forest bathing is grateful for what you already have. Don't go out to buy some calm if you've already got some calm. So if I can have the slides again, do I have time for one more slide, or are we out of
Absolutely. You
time?
have lots of time because, excuse me, our next speaker is not here yet. So
Okay.
take your time.
Is
You don't
I'll
have to
put-
end.
Anupam, do you still have my slides? Can you bring? I just have a couple. I know slides are boring, and I just said
No,
keep
they're not
reading this.
boring. And this has been fabulous. And I'm going to leave so you can talk and I'll come
No,
back.
no, stay with you.
Oh,
It's
I'll
better
stay
to
with
play-
you. Okay, I'm
Please
staying.
do play by play.
I'm
Now
staying. Okay.
you already seen the green games. Notice I started not with games. I didn't go right into the games, did I? I said gratitude. And I'm going to say it 10 times. Be grateful
Yes.
for whatever you already have. Take an inventory, whatever inventory you want to use. We use the PALMS index or the Calm scale, which sounds a lot like Buddhist metta: calm, happy, safe, free. Are you calm of mind? Meaning, are you calm is an absence of noxious states. Are you anxious? Then you're calm. Are you confused? No, then you're calm. Are you happy? Meaning, are you lacking in sadness and anger? Yes, I'm happy. Are you safe? Meaning you're not currently at this moment in pain or facing imminent demise. I'm warm, I'm comfortable, I'm safe. And am I free? Freedom of spirit, meaning I don't feel oppressed or crushed. I can express myself. So if you can say calm, happy, safe, and free, find out what you're missing before you go out to get something else. What do you think about that, Celia?
I think it's a great combination of feelings and emotions because, often people don't think that like happiness and fun and playfulness equates to calm
Yes.
when it absolutely does.
Yes.
If you are happy, if you are playful, if you're in a joyous place, if you feel safe, you feel calm. If you feel threatened, you don't feel calm, which is why one of our fourfold parts of our mission is safety and security. And if you feel free, you are also calm. And people have so many aspects. What we try to explain here is if you are feeling stressed in any area of your life, you are not completely calm.
Yes.
And that's what's so good, to really look at what your life is like, analyze the places that are causing you undue stress, and be proactive to resolve them. And nothing better than nature. Nature, I live on the water. My sister lives on the water. And, it's just being there in nature, seeing water out your window in itself, that connection is so calming.
Surrounded by woodpeckers, so
I
you
hear
probably
them.
can't hear it. Oh, you
I
can
do
hear.
hear them. Yep.
We are Manjushri is a woodpecker sanctuary. We've got
Really?
affiliate. I say we because I've lived here researching for 6 months. We, the royal we, have pileated, redheaded, hairy, downy, and about 3 other kinds that I don't understand what they are, but they're definitely woodpeckers. It's beautiful. The last thing I want to ask you is a challenge. For the next 30 days, I encourage everyone listening to do to practice Shinrin Yoku for 15 minutes a day for the next 30 days. What do you have to do? Find a tree and pull a switcheroo with a tree. Find a bed of moss and zoom in and zoom out like Kevin did. Find a safe green space in your home and sit under the canopy of some leaves of your ZZ plant and breathe the air for 15 minutes. That's it. And after 30 days, start with a calm, happy, safe, and free test at the beginning. test yourself at the end and see if you've changed. That's it for me, Matthew Johnson, the tree-hugging doctor. Any questions from your end? Look forward to hear a lot more from INFOM. The Japanese are coming. They're invading America to fix forest bathing here. And I'm their vanguard.
We need to go hug more trees. And we appreciate your sponsorship. We appreciate you being here.
Yes.
Matthew, I can't express how much love I have for this presentation and what you do.
Thank you, Cole. And we're big fans of you. Everything you do about intentional parenting. I gotta say, thumbs up. Intentional. Do everything with intent. Oh, yes. Last slide. Can you slip quickly? Can you go to the next slide? Because I want to
next slide on
right here. I didn't show you all my slides. Can you skip
That's all right.
ahead?
We can go to the next one.
Keep
Whichever
going.
one you want.
I'll tell you when to stop if you just keep going. Can go to the next slide, please, Anupam.
Anupam, can you hear? Keep going till he says stop.
You know what? Slides. I have something better than slides. I'm going to end with green. I said I start with green, and we're going to end with green.
Okay, look, slides off.
I want to show you my beautiful. I said my because this is a test site here of our moss bed. An example of something. Can you see the moss here?
I see it.
Now, those who say you can't forest bathe without trees have never seen a good bed of moss. When you get close, it's an infinity of leaves and life. There are microorganisms in here. Be like a child. Explore. Thanks, everybody.
Exactly. Thank you
so
much.
And keep green in your screen. Keep green in your
green in your screen. That's a good motto for all parents because there are too many electronic screens. We need green in our screens. Matthew,
that's it for me,
thank
everybody.
you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure. We'll see you soon. Okay, everyone. Well, if you were there for that whole presentation, I don't know, but I feel incredibly calm right now and relaxed. And I just love connecting with nature. And it's such a simple thing to do. It is so very simple to just connect. And it takes such little effort. And what's great about it is if you're busy working, you're busy doing something, you're feeling overwhelmed, that is the point when you should say to yourself, remind yourself, put a sign up in your office or in your home and say, go green. But that means for you to get up and go green. Go find something green. Go hug a tree. Go feel a tree. Go feel the ground. Sit in silence. We had Saurav talking about silence. We had Matthew talking about silence. You experienced silence. Bob spoke about silence. It's amazing if we just slow ourselves down and reflect and listen and hear the woodpeckers and hear the birds and the crickets and the bugs and the spiders and the bees. I hope this encourages you to take some time, go outside, and connect with Mother Nature. She's out there for us. Okay, so thank you. Before we go to our next speaker, we're going to show you a little video. Here we go. Thank you for joining.
Viewers all over the world, good morning. We are here at Brilliant Nursery and Primary School. Thank you so much for watching this show.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being intentionally calm. Thank you for learning better ways to manage your life, your person, your family, help with schools and community. It takes each one of us to create a world where we have soothed the anger and rage that is at epidemic levels. If we don't do something personally, every one of us, this world will be out of control. The continued senseless violence against children will continue and be more and more. Do you know the number one killer of children is child abuse? Child abuse. Isn't that crazy? We need to not treat children like they're possessions. Human trafficking, everything that goes on in the world, school shootings, we need to end it. We need to start taking personal responsibility, start creating safety and security for everyone, and start soothing an epidemic of anger and rage. And it starts with you. And I'm so glad you've taken the initiative to be here to learn more. So let me tell you about our next speaker. Our next speaker is Andrea Merlino. And she came here from Austria many years ago, not speaking English very well, to start a different life for her and her son. She is a dedicated coach whose passion is helping others, and this coaching has spanned over a decade. With a background in human development and mindset education, she graduated from one of Austria's top universities and continued to educate herself for over 20 years. Andrea's impact extends to children and parents through her published children's book in 2020, which creatively teaches to children compassion, self-love, imagination, and the power of the mind. Today, she'll be talking about just that, the power of the mind. Welcome to the International Day of Calm Summit, Andrea. Happy to have you. Hello, hello. Good morning.
Hello, Celia. Good morning. Thank you so much for inviting me, and it is beautiful to be here. And yeah, today we want to talk about mindset. What is mindset? How do we create ourselves every day new? Um, Mindset is different, I guess, in everybody's eyes. We read everywhere about it. We read about the law of attraction. We manifest, and then we are disappointed. Oh, I just manifested $1 million. I manifested an amazing job, relationship, a vacation. What we don't get, what we manifest, because our mindset is not aligned with.
It's so true. And I think people, they go through trainings or go through things, and instead of really being intentional, there's that word again, because I love that word, about change, they make an effort, an honest effort, but then they let the negativity take over, and that destroys the work that they did.
Exactly. This is how you get up every morning. You create every day your new self. And I guess the problem is, the challenge is to change or thinking what we got on our way, because you talked about children before. We get this as children. When you
Yes.
come to the world as a clean book, everybody write in you, especially your parents. This is what you should think. This is what you should study. This, you should not do this. And nobody can tell you end of the day, what your dreams are. You get a dream, but you for sure can accomplish. Universe, God, whoever this is never going to give you a dream you cannot make it true. But you have to believe in it, you have to work for it, and you have to align with it. And so long you're not elevate your energy, your alignment to what you want, you never go in this flow. I really like to call it as a flow, because if you're aligned emotionally, you work for it, as you said, you have the intention. Without an intention, like, I cannot say, oh, I'm gonna be on day of calm. Maybe I'm gonna think about it when I get up in the morning. Would be nice. No, I have to decide. I want to do it. I have to have the energy for it, the feeling. I think this is what we are missing often, the feeling. Oh, Celia can do this. I am not sure I can speak. Why should I not could, right? I have to work for it. I have to want it. And if one person can accomplish, everybody can. The universe is not an office up there that decide, oh, you get a red Porsche and you just get a Cinquecento. You know, everybody get what we work for, what we dream for, and with what we are in the flow with. And I think when we go back as children, or younger people, sometimes we had ideas or dreams. We wanted to make something come true, where everybody thought, oh my gosh, this is crazy. This can never happen. Who want to make it? You want to make it true. And we do it because we go with the flow. We have the emotions. We doesn't have the mind so much in it. Today, if I, like, you hear many times people in 2025 make $1 million business, then they sell the business, and then in the 30s they want to do a new business, and this is not going anywhere like it was in the 20s, because the mind is in it. We see the
I think you make
problems.
an excellent point about aligning with so many people do what either they think they should do or someone is expecting them to do, and they don't do what they believe in. I do this because I'm dearly passionate about it. This
Exactly.
is what I believe in. And so no day for me is like work. It's actually a pleasure. I'm happy to help my clients. I'm happy to help parents. I'm happy to help relationships. I'm happy to help the world. It is my passion. But there's so many people doing things that other people expect them to do, and other people want them to do, and they are totally disconnected, and that's when every day seems like drudgery. I wanna take a break, though, Andrea, because if you would, can you tell everybody your backstory? Like you were born in Austria, you came here, and what brought you to wanting to coach and all that, if you would?
Uh, well, I actually was born in Hungary, but
Oh, Hungary, sorry.
I was living, yeah, I don't even know if you know this, but I was living most of my life in Austria, so I call it home because I have most of my family, most of my friends, my brother is living there. I went to college, my son Noah was born there. So, and I went there to the university, and I always wanted to work with people. I started with 20 already. I learned at Bachblüten, I learned at Reiki, I learned mindset, family systems. I don't even know everything around people. And my perfect dream would be a doctor who can work holistic with people. And in some point I thought, I am not sure I want to do therapy. I don't know if I want to work with people to analyze their problems, traumas. I thought I want to be a coach who give them skills. We for sure look at shortly the problem, but this is in the past, we have to create something new and give them skills really to get out from the trauma. Give them skills to create themselves new and accomplish what they want. Is this a self-love? Is this a business, a relationship, whatever this is? And I was here 2011 in the US, in Seattle. I was researching, I wrote a work about the Native American and was falling in love with Seattle. So I went back home, and 2013 October, I came back here. And just saying about dreams, nobody can see or live your dreams. Everybody said, you are crazy, like really crazy. With a kid, moving across the world, you're going to be back in a month. And I said, watch me. And here I am 10 years later. So much about mindset, so much about dreams. I think if you really want and you set your mind to go with the flow, again, the universe, God, whoever you believe in, first you should believe in yourself. It's gonna align. It's gonna align. You're gonna meet people that make it possible. You're gonna get in situation. They're gonna support you. And this is, I guess, important really every morning when you get up to create yourself new. The problem is we get up and think, oh my gosh, what did yesterday? Didn't work it out. So we already start to live in the past when we open our eyes. And this is, I guess, is important. Is this a meditation? Is this just a reminder? I sometimes have little post-it on my mirror in the bathroom, to remind myself. Also to remind myself, also, if I work with this, I'm not a guru. I am just a human. I have days I look in the mirror, like today, I was traveling, came home 1 at night, and I just start in the morning, Jesus Christ, who are you? But you know what? I just said, you know what? I love you. You got this. And I think this is important as we start the day out with the self-love, believing in ourselves, and just go with the flow. Never let your dream out and bring your alignment up, because you would like to achieve something. You have a dream about something, and this is like a higher vibration, and our alignment is usually much lower. And this is the beautiful journey to bring your alignment up there.
Yes, and I think you make a great point, because in this world of social media and everybody's in your face and they're all looking perfect, we spend so much time comparing. And then that makes us feel inferior, because look at this person, they must have a perfect life. Look at this person, they're a perfect, beautiful human. And look at me, I'm not the weight I want to be. I don't have the look I want. And what everybody doesn't realize, and what you so, kindly said, is that sometimes you do wake up. Everybody wakes up and looks in the mirror sometimes and thinks, ugh, this is going to be a rough day. All the coaches, all the therapists, all these people that seem to have it all together wake up and have good days and bad days. That's life. Life is good days and bad days, and hopefully you have more good than not so good. But part of that goes back to your topic of your mindset. And what can you do when you have a day that's not so good?
Do something, just move, just do, take actions, whatever this is. Like the gentleman before was talking about, hug a tree. I am still doing it. I teach my kid, he's 18, he barely could walk. Go and hug a tree. Imagine, I always said, imagine you have the same roots as a tree, then you grounded, then you're not headlight, and you're not so easy to bring out from your energy. Go on a walk, have a beautiful cup of coffee, take a shower, do something. If this have to do with the self-love, give yourself a love, take a shower, put some body lotion on, go on a walk, play with dogs, or read something. I think reading something, well, first thing, when you wake up, please do not open your phone. Don't look at Instagram, don't look at Facebook, whatever, because the first thought with, oh, I should not eat breakfast because look at we woman, look at this girl, she's so skinny. Oh my gosh, how can I achieve what other ones have? No, keep your mind clear. I like to get up and just breathe. I think if you take 5 to 6 deep breath and really focus on the breath, the energy of the breath flowing in and out, life is breathing you. So you can trust on life. Life have your back. The rest is your decision what to do. And everybody have something. I like to do when I have days when I am really feeling lower vibration. I bring my son to the school and I come on the way home, turn on the music so loud in the car that I barely can hear my own thoughts. And bang, my vibration is up, and I am getting out from the state of, oh my gosh, what's gonna happen today? And remind yourself, is this a meditation? Is this journaling? I think this is really good to really write down. Sometimes, if you want to achieve bigger things, maybe write a plan. What do I do every day for it? And I mean, you are amazing in it to support people. Like you, how you build it, everything. You was talking before about you, this is your passion. For me, it's this too. Working with people, seriously, if I would go in a grocery store and get free groceries, I would never charge for my work because I love to do it. If I see a human living with a different energy, different eyes, this is just make me almost cry every time. And this is why I love you so much. You're just the same. Like Celia is here. Celia have the response. Celia is here to give you love. Celia is here to give you tough love. And this is, I guess, what you are living for, what you do. And this is why this is working so well. People find you. I find you. I am on the West Coast. You're on the East Coast. What are the odds? And, I get attracted to you. And we just can attract things to us, is this material or emotional things, if we are a magnet for it. But you just can be a magnet if you're alignment, your vibration, your energy, however you want to call it, is higher. If
And
I'm
I think
nonstop down, nothing
sorry.
gonna happen. No,
And
it's
I love that you're using the word vibration because that's so part of connecting. Matthew's whole presentation, what we forget is we are all connected. This whole world is one big energy, one positive vibration, and we are all connected. And the reason you and I can meet on opposite coasts of the United States is because even though we're meeting through glass, our connection, our vibration relates with the other. And
exactly.
it is so important to realize, and people don't realize it. That's why hugging a tree is so positive, because our energy is connected throughout with everything.
Yeah, hug a tree or call a friend. Call Celia.
Call me.
For me, you are like hearing your voice bang, and my focus is straight back. So you have this magic in you.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
yeah, I think this is really like when the vibration is up, when our focus. But first of all, we have to make a choice and a decision. We cannot do like, oh, you know what? Today I'm gonna believe in myself. I'm gonna believe in it. What I wanna achieve. But the next 2 days, weekend, so I take a break. It's not gonna work. You have to create every single day
Consistency.
yourself. And where this also is going back is, of course, what we get from our parents, from our environment with us, is this. You can call this trauma, you can call this programming, you just can say what we serve around us. You see so many people that are coming from working class families, you know, and they just serve the pain, the never having a money and working, and the parents working, still never having a money. And these people got a very strong mindset. I'm never gonna live like this, right? I am deciding to work hard, have a dream, and achieve it. And I see here's a question now.
Do you see Minda's comment? I
Yeah,
don't know.
he
For
just
me,
say
trying
for
to
me
stay away from negative people around makes me feel better and focused on my goal each day.
absolutely. This is absolutely also with how you surround yourself. Um, you know, we have friendships, we have we think friendships, people around us. But I think I don't know if you agree with me, Celia. Friendships are just like relationships. Sometimes they're not meant to be forever, you know. And sometimes when we want to achieve something, we have a dream. It is sometimes jealousy. Sometimes it's not even jealousy, or sometimes not. You know, your friend wanna say, "Oh, Celia, you're never gonna make through this day of calm." Not because somebody is jealous or wants something bad. This is not a dream of them. They cannot see what you imagine. They were not giving in the feeling, you know? So I cannot see your dream. So I cannot say, of course, Celia, you should try it. So I think when we have people around us, and of course, it's keep like negative people, step away is always helping to elevate your vibration, because if you get up in the morning, you create yourself, elevate your vibration, and surround yourself with people, they're gonna pull you down. You know, it's just like
Right.
the gravitation; they pull you down, and or
It's
that
like that
doesn't pull you
saying.
fully down. Yeah, but you take so much energy to just keeping your vibration high. So I just think it's a really smart idea to stay away from negative people, and sometimes it's just a short time out, you know. Maybe
Yeah.
you just
There's a
go separate
saying,
ways. Yeah,
and I don't know if you have it, if you've ever heard it before, but there's a saying, misery loves company.
exactly.
And, you know,
But success
people
too, you
that
know.
are miserable tend to want other people to be miserable too. Did you see Czar's comment? I don't know if you saw.
Sarah
Let
said, let's
go
go of
of
the
the
things that
things.
don't serve you. Absolutely. But letting go of the things that doesn't serve you, with my experience, is also almost like an exercise. So mindset is not coming just, oh, I just decide no and everything gonna happen. You have to have, just as you said, to begin an intention. I need an exercise for it every day to keep my mind, so long I relearn everything. I am journaling. I write down a plan. I tell you honest, everybody have the iPhones and what kind of phones ever. Everybody put in the calendar what they should do. I don't. I have an old-fashioned calendar. I write down, I really started to write down everything I want to accomplish today. And I just look end of the day, done, done, done. And this is elevating my vibration, this elevating my self-love, the belief in myself. And if I didn't get something done, then I look, why did I not? What was missing today? And sometimes I was just lazy. Or sometimes, you know, my day was not that good or whatever. Oh, And then next day I look to say accomplish it or to change the mindset I had the day before, because we have sometimes mindset, oh, I can do it tomorrow. And then tomorrow, oh, I can do it the day after tomorrow. So I think this is a dedication, this is intention. What is your intention? And align your energy, belief system to it. And eliminate everybody around. It's enough if you just have one or two people that believe in you. And sometimes, especially, this healing journey or achieving bigger things, sometimes it's only journey. But boy, it is worth it, because there are the people there, talk bad about all this, they're gonna be speechless when you achieve.
When you
Other
achieve.
people then ask you, what did you did? Like, why are you so? No, I was not born like that. I had to create myself. And this is, I guess, the secret behind the mindset to creating yourself every single day. It is every single day a choice.
And
What I wanna
staying
be, where I
consistent.
wanna go.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
And then you
Because
can
so
meditate.
often procrastination and overwhelm takes over, and we all deal with it. And what you said at the beginning of taking one step, like I will often coach my clients, even my kids that I coach that are in college and they don't get up on time. And I tell them that when that alarm goes off, do not snooze it. Sit up and sit by the side of your bed. Sit there. Because if you've done that, you're halfway to getting up. Don't lay back down. And if you take one step towards where you want to be, you will get there. Take another, take another, take another. But procrastination often just, we avoid it, we walk away. I'm overwhelmed with all this, and we don't take action.
No, we don't, but I just learned something. I snooze my alarm. So yeah, thus I am not sitting up in
Oh,
the
there
bed
you go.
immediately. I snooze
So,
it
Andrea,
and then
when the alarm goes off, sit up on the side of your bed.
yes, ma'am, I'm gonna try it. I usually stay, laying in bed and I just breathe. I do my breathing exercise and
Which is important.
yeah, and then I sit up and I make my bed. I am not going anywhere before I make my bed. And this is funny because I teach my son to do it. He's 18. This boy, it doesn't matter how late he get up, better he doesn't eat breakfast, how sick he is, whatever he is making his bed. I always told him do it because it's gonna give you really the feeling you accomplished already something. You come home from school, your bed is made. It's nice to come home and just when you go to school, okay, my room is okay. I made my bed, and they're just very little things like you said, sitting up in the bed. It's you halfway basically up, and just start with really little steps. We cannot, people think always, oh, I'm going to manifest. No, I am ordering 10,000 books. I'm going to read that and I'm going to have the $1 million house in Hawaii and everything to it. No, this is not this work. This is an inner work to do before. It is a lot of baggage to leave behind. Especially the programming we came with as children, as you know, because you work with children.
Right.
We get all this I don't even know what is in our mind, and we have to
The
learn
voices
again.
in
We
our
are
head.
unbreakable. Yes, we have to learn to be unbreakable again. When we, it's not even to achieve big things, just to be happy, just to be in alignment with our life and want to achieve step by step. It doesn't have to be bigger things.
Right. Right. And like even what you said, the reason Noah makes his bed every morning is that you put it into a routine. You made it part of his morning. And as a sleep coach, I will tell you, you sleep better in a fresh bed. If your bed is all disturbed and blankets are all over the place, you will not sleep as well at night. So it is
Exactly.
a great habit to not only for you to do, but to teach your children. And if you incorporate it as part of the routine, I encourage parents, as part of the morning routine, fix their bed. Keep in mind, they're going to fix their bed age appropriately. It's not going to be like perfect hospital corners. That's fine. And in the evening, part of the evening routine is pick up the things on the floor. If you do those two things, your child's room for the most part will be cared for. And it's adding on, stacking something else. If there's something else you want to accomplish, include it in a routine that already exists.
Yeah, you're right about it. This is a different conversation we have to have with each other. How you tell a 18 years old to pick up his dirty clothes on the floor. It's not. This is not an easy task. I didn't find this out yet, but he's making his bed. So
that's good. You're halfway there.
Yeah, and then somebody said the comment, if you're overwhelmed, that you just take a break. Absolutely. Yeah. It's okay to feel overwhelmed sometimes. Take time, pause, and breathe. Don't be hard on yourself. Exactly. This is why I said, I start my day really with breathing, because I think you heard this a lot, especially with children too, we are just so shallow breathing, especially kids. Look at them like in the school, you start out your life basically with stress. We have to learn, this is what life is breathing us. We have to go back to the breathing. I see this sometimes too when I am very shallow breathing. And when you're shallow breathing, your mindset change, your energy, your everything is changing around you. So yeah, if you're overwhelmed, breathe. If you have a possibility, go outside, take your shoes off, stand on the grass, and then you will be grounded again. When you're overwhelmed, all your energy is up in your head, This is really, really good. Then go and hug a tree, go outside. And if you cannot go outside, just stay inside on the floor and just close your eyes and breathe and imagine to be in alignment, be one. Because he was talking about the energy. Yes, I always say we are coming like from an ocean and we go back. Everything is one energy. So bring your energy in alignment, connect to the earth, to the Mother Earth again. And so soon you ground yourself and you can, I work also sometimes with a mindset training, also in my book. Imagine you have roots like a tree, and then, you actually can play the game with your children. Go and try to push them. They're gonna be like shaking around, and then do with them a breathing and grounding exercise, and then you should not like push them, just gently, and they're gonna stay firm, and they're gonna like open their eyes like, how can this happen? Well, this is happening when you grounded and you bring the energy. We are all living in our head right now in this world. We are all worried. We are full of fear. We have the mainstream media everywhere. We get all this information. And I think it is really important when you're overwhelmed to bring your energy down, or I don't know, take a shower or whatever helps you. Just get your mind clear.
I agree. And one of the ways you can help children with breathing, and I've taught this to many people, and you've seen probably other people do it in various ways, because for a small child, you tell them to breathe, they're like, isn't that what I'm doing? That's a concept. They don't even know what breathing is. But if you hold up a finger and you tell them to smell the flower and blow out the candles. Now, for me, I like to hold up more than one finger to indicate they have to blow more, not just one candle, 5 candles, and do it with them. Smell the flower, blow out the candles. And then breathing becomes something. It's not,
Exactly.
It's not an invisible element of life that they don't quite understand what you mean. It becomes visual, it becomes physical. And wait, we have another message. I sometimes go to coffee shop. Yes, coffee. We love coffee.
Oh my
And
gosh,
watch people walk
you
around.
are in the right circle. I guess you find us.
I love that.
Exactly. For
we
me,
just watch people walk around.
Exactly. I think this is,
connecting.
yeah, and I just love to sit. Sometimes I really love to sit because you see people, you see people, they are coming in with high vibration. You see people they're coming in love. There are people coming in just like unfriendly. There are people coming in and standing 5 minutes on the front of the person who asks, what would you like to have? And oh, I don't know. And then you can see that these are the people, you see everybody how they walk through life, you know? And yeah, you know, a cup of coffee, this is in the morning for me, mine to go. And not even because of the caffeine or whatever, because I have times I have a celery juice. It is the smell. This is the feeling I get. This is what bring my vibration high up in the morning. And yeah, take whatever you need. I mean, by side of drugs, you know, take everything you need to get in a better mood, to elevate your vibration and breathing. This is really funny. I mean, my kid is 18. I cannot try this with the flower anymore, but I used to play with Noah, you know, breathe this. I want to see a big belly. Try to breathe
Blow
so
up the
much in, you
balloon.
know. Exactly. So I think this is really, I used to do also, we were like drawing little cards, you know, one was with love and flowers and everything. And then we put, and then one was just plain. And then we put a glass of water on each of them. And then I said, let's try the water. Which one tastes better? And like, will never forget, he was like 4 years old. And oh my God, Mom, you have to try it. The one with the love tastes different. And you know what actually it does? It's just because it's bring us in a very different state of mind, emotion, and energy, which we are. I mean, our body is like how many? 98% water. So we are flowing, we are going with the energy. And this is what I say always too, you know, when you're like, you have to imagine in life when you fall in the water, you know, and this is a boat close and they throw you this ring. When you want to swim like crazy, the ring is getting farther and farther. But if you let yourself, like sometimes you look the ducks, whatever, on the water, you know, they just go with the flow with the water. And if you do this, the water is going to carry you to the ring. This, you just can grab it. But the problem is we want to get there. And then it's just like the whole life feel like we are swimming, you know, against the current. And this is when the energy go down. This is where we say, well, I don't believe it's gonna work. So I just let it be, you know. And that's why it is so important to create yourself every morning new.
Yes, I agree. And you know, for meditation, some people think that meditation is not helpful. Some people have no idea where to start with meditation. But meditation starts with breath. It starts with rhythm. It starts with that feeling, that continuous vibration. And you start closing your eyes and feeling your breath inside because as we learned with so many of the other speakers about silence, that's when you start hearing yourself. That's when you can hear your heartbeat. That's when you can hear the breath go through your body. And that's when you can find your place for meditation. It starts slower, but as you get used to it, and like you say, as you become consistent and make a practice of it, you're able to not just calm yourself, but you're able to also take command of your mind.
Exactly, but as you said, I am teaching meditation 20 years now. I meditate probably 30 years. I was the first to, beginning with the breathing. Like I said, your breath comes and go. So long you breathe, you are alive. Life is breathing you. So always focusing on the breathing. I mean, I meditate no, if I am like really in the state, I can go in an airport in the restroom for 5 minutes, close my eyes, and I am done. I can have 10 million people around me. I can shut it out. And this is so important to, you know, many meditations. I am not meditating with any noise or voice. I just meditate with my breathing. And no, I cannot make my mind absolutely empty, and no guru in the world. This is physiologically not possible because people say, oh, you can make your mind like nothing there. Thoughts are always going to come up because that was for me really my whole journey working with people. I cannot meditate. I still have like, you know, thoughts coming up. I have to pay the bills. I have to do that. And I just always said, let that go. It's just like, imagine it's a cloud, just let go by, or like a bird, don't feed the start, just let it go, they're gonna pass by. Just as you said, breathe through all of this. And with children, I also like to work with colors to really go on a deeper level, with the color of the rainbow. And this is really hard because many people cannot imagine. And then, if it's an adult, this is an adult man, managers are the worst to really shut up the mind and just, and I say, I don't know, see the color red. Oh, I cannot see red. I said, well, do you know what Ferrari look like? Can you see a red Ferrari? Oh, yes, I can. With children, when I was working with children, I had children groups. I usually bought fruit, and was giving around for red a tomato, for orange. We had, an orange. This helped also the limbic system because they smell too. I let them smell. I let them touch with closed eyes. And just teach them that they can imagine what they want, and they can just let go the running world around them. So,
Yes, Maddie says do mandala meditations too. And since she brought that up, Maddie has a wonderful new book out called The Mandala Meditations and is available on Amazon. And it's a fabulous book. All of her poetry, mandalas, and drawing for people can be so healing. Drawing, like you said, journaling, writing, these are all things that can heal you. And you go with what connects with you. With children, you spoke about food. When they eat, be mindful of
exactly.
what they're eating. Ask them questions. What does that taste like? Is that sour? What's it feel like on your tongue? Is it chunky? Is it smooth? Really discuss it so they can learn to be mindful as well. Because as you introduce it more and more, and they recognize their feelings, they recognize the way their body feels in certain situations, they recognize what they're tasting, they learn to become mindful. Zarina says it also helps when you talk to your children, even if sometimes they're unfiltered and too silly. You're going to learn a lot from them and you'll feel the connection that calms you and your child. Yes, silliness and
Exactly.
fun is calming. Laughter is the
Yeah,
best medicine.
exactly. But because you talk about food, I think before we take the step to ask them who is the state, take the first step, get the children present to eating. Go in a restaurant today, and I bet with you everything. That's when there are families in the restaurant, 95% of from the families, the children are on an iPad, on a
Absolutely.
phone, and these kids are 2, 3
Terrible.
years old. And I
Terrible.
just think my child was always behaving. We had nothing. Yes, mandala or drawing, this is something, as you said, really calming your mind. Many times you see this.
Yes,
I don't
Peg.
know
We
if I
all
just,
need connection.
yeah.
Exactly. Talk around the dinner table.
Well, this is in Europe very different than here, like people here around me or family, my husband always said like, oh, you are eating so slow, we like my family is not eating and Andrea is still with like half of the dinner because this is our time to connect, to socialize at home. So in Europe, when you go for dinners, can take 3, 4 hours. Jesus, doesn't matter where you go. Like go to Italy, you probably sit 6 hours there. But this is the time when you connect. This is the time you socialize. This is the time when you listen to each other, elevate your vibration through the connection, through the love. Because of course, you most likely just sit 3 hours with people you love. And yes, connect and bring your children, be present there. So I never allowed at the table, no phone, no iPad or anything. My son is 18. He better doesn't pull his phone out at dinner,
Right.
because they have it
Electronic
all
free
day.
zone.
They have
And
all
think of this.
day.
Everybody's so concerned about losing weight. Guess what? When you sit at a dinner table with family and you take your time eating and you have conversation, it is a natural way to control the amount of food that goes into your body. And it gives your body a chance to register its fullness sooner with less food in it because you're slowing the intake. And conversation naturally does that. Plus, like Peg says, it creates more connection. I think Maddie said the other day about in one of her comments that electronics separate, they divide, they do not unify. And we all, even adults, have to be intentional about, since that's like my word for the day, about getting off the electronics and talking to each other face to face. How many parents want their child to do something now and they text them even though that child is in the same house?
Oh, adults do this too. Communication is today, everybody texts everybody. I have this in my house too, and I just think, I mean, I am running like crazy all day. It doesn't matter. Is there's laundry in the basement, or I have to bring something up in the bedroom. I am running up and down. I anyway hit this texting because of my English, I sometimes have trouble. These people understand me when I speak. And oh boy, when I text, this can be sometimes really something absolutely different, I mean. So I think this is also intention, I like I said, I am just a human too. I used to do this too, waking up, opening my phone, looking a little bit through, oh, who is traveling, who have a new clothes on Instagram. And that was a intention where I said the first 30 minutes, no phone, no electronic. I have a book next to me, and if I really want to see something, I read a couple of pages, but I breathe myself in the alignment with my day, and I am just much more grounded, I guess, through it too. And I like it sometimes, like I just came home from California in the night, and I was so happy when we went to a beach and there was no reception. I just thought
Yes.
I didn't posted any picture, and I had just hours really not looking at my phone because I needed to detox myself. I needed to
Yes.
just stand barefoot, on
Like
the
Zarina
sand, just
said, have a detox from screen time, a
yes,
social media
exactly.
and a screen detox. Like have screen-free times in your home. You will find your stress levels go down. You're not always having to check email or phones. And for business people, I always encourage you to check emails twice a day. That's it. Phone messages twice a day. Let people know I check my email at 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. Don't expect an answer in between those times because I will do what I need to do at those two times. Otherwise, it monopolizes your life. Well, Andrea, this has been so helpful, this discussion. And I know people got a lot of value. If anybody has a question, put it in the comments. That's how you can follow Andrea on Facebook, The Mental Journey. And are there any last words you want to say to our listeners?
No, nothing. I have to be intentional though too to follow up my Facebook. I usually don't people reach out to me in other ways. So this is my new intention. And thank you so much for inviting me and having this conversation. I could do this all day with you. And thank you. And I am looking forward, if somebody wants to know more about it, to reach out. And we connect soon, Celia. I love you and have a wonderful rest of your day, all of you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Andrea. And her children's book is Rafi the Angel. Rafi the Angel, right? Yeah.
Yes, it's on
And you can
Amazon. Yeah.
find it on Amazon. It is not little teeny kids like my books are. It's for, I
You
would
can
say
say
like
from
middle
like
school,
four,
like
yeah, well, you can
elementary,
take for
middle.
4 or 5
Yeah.
years to like 12, 13, I
Yeah.
think. It
It's
is
a
a fun
chapter book,
story.
but it's a really good book.
Well,
And
it
I
is about
highly recommend
mindset.
it.
Yeah,
I highly
it's about
recommend it.
mindset. Thank
Yeah.
you so much. It
Thank
was
you for
nice to
being
be
here,
here.
Andrea. It was a pleasure. And
Thank you
if you
so
would like
much.
more and more connection with Andrea, absolutely reach out. Bye, hon.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. And we're back and getting ready for our next speaker. I hope you guys got something from that conversation. One tidbit. I'm going to start journaling, or I'm going to start being intentional with the way I wake up, or I'm going to be consistent with any behavior that I choose. Because often we wind up failing because we don't stay consistent. We give it a try, and then it doesn't work because we're not changing habits. It takes a while to change a habit. And for not being consistent, those habitual behaviors that we're unhappy with will never be turned around. Okay, so we're going to take a little break, give you a little time to go potty or whatever you want to do. And we're going to have you watch this video, and we'll be right back with our next speaker. Hi, everyone. I'm Celia, the founder of the Day of Calm Foundation and the International Day of Calm. And I come to you today to tell you, number one, why we celebrate it on April 5th of every year. And number two, why I'm so passionate about helping 10 million parents stop yelling at their kids, about creating a world where people take responsibility for their actions and their reactions. And we stop criticizing and stop judging and start accepting and learning more about each other and connecting. I'm so passionate about this because this world really needs our help. And it starts with you, each person. So let me stop here and tell you about a man that was determined to do so much for mankind. He was part of the original team that put airplane seatbelts into automobiles. He worked on the Apollo missions and sent men to the moon. He created the fastest ship in any military environment, the U.S. Navy, which still holds a Guinness World Book of Records. He created planes that transferred water to large areas of fire on land. The list of accomplishments goes on. And why do I tell you about this man? Number one, he's my father. Number two, he felt very mediocre. He literally felt like anyone could have accomplished what he did. But he did it. He was not proud of himself, and he thought very little of himself. Why is someone like that feeling so down on themselves? Because he was raised by a man that beat him, yelled at him, screamed at him, always told him whatever he was doing wasn't good enough. And this great man grew up believing he wasn't good enough. Is this what you want for your children? And when we're raising children with that kind of anger and rage, we're only creating more adults with anger and rage. It is up to us to make a change. One person has a ripple effect through 7 generations. On April 5th of 2020, my father passed away. 92 years old, a World War II veteran, a great, great man that if he wasn't around, many things would not have been done. I honor him with this mission. I honor him with this day. I honor him with the Day of Calm Foundation. And I beg of you and encourage you to please join us in this mission. This is what is going to change all of this violence against children. Yes, guns need to be controlled. Yes, certain kinds of things need to be controlled that are material things. But what we need to control more than anything, we need to help, is our human brains. The person behind the gun that's screaming for help. The person that believes human trafficking is okay. The person that beats a child because they're crying. That anger and rage has to be resolved, and it can only be resolved at the human core. We have to get back to basics. We have to get intentional about the way we raise our children and the way we role model our lives to children. We are all role models for kids, not just parents, not just teachers, all of us. Anyone a child sees is a role model to a child. So let's start getting intentional about our actions and our reactions. Let's become proactive instead of reactive. Let's learn how to completely calm our lives, de-stress our lives, enjoy our lives, and let's do it together as a world, as a nation, as a community, as a family. Join us for the International Day of Calm and our calm projects that occur all throughout the year. Hi, everyone. We're back. We're back for more, for learning more about how we can stay intentionally calm, how we can build better relationships, how we can connect stronger with others, how we can be an example for someone else that's walking down the street, a child that's playing in the park, how we can show them that this is the way we live, to even someone who is bullying us or being aggravated or being angry or being violent. Don't be a person you don't want to be. How many times does a person say, oh, well, they did that, so I did it too? If you didn't like what that person was doing, don't be that person. Be you. Be the person that aligns with your core values and your beliefs. Be a person of integrity. Do not become someone that you don't like. Be the one that's the example. Calm breeds calm, just like anger breeds anger. Which is better? An angry an argument, a yelling match never solved anything, and in fact makes things worse. But when you approach things calmly, you encourage the one you're relating to also approach things calmly. And with calm comes connection, respect, positivity, and love. So let's be more calm. We're getting ready for our next speaker. Let me tell you a little bit about who's coming up next. Rajiv Khandan is of himself a resilient empowerment and relationship coach. He is a motivational speaker, a professor, and a creative executive. Despite facing a rare spinal condition and multiple surgeries, Rajiv inspires others to unlock their potential and discover their hidden talents. From his upbringing in Sri Lanka to mentoring students at the Creative Media Institute at New Mexico State University, Rajiv's journey exemplifies resilience and empowerment, proving that limitations can be overcome with determination and self-belief. His talk today will be about the power of shifting perspectives to become confident, compelling, and compassionate. I welcome Raj to the stage. Raj, how are you?
Hello, Celia. Thank you so much for having me. I've thoroughly enjoyed this summit, and I think you put together such an amazing, meaningful experience. And I'm delighted to be part of it. And you've been an amazing host, so I'm very happy to be with you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are you able to turn up your volume a little bit, Raj?
I'm
Or
not
speak closer to
sure,
your
but I could
microphone, maybe.
Maybe I could speak
Speak closer
louder.
to your microphone.
Maybe I could do this. You get a better view of my pores. Is this better?
That's all right.
Yeah, I'm,
We all
I'm
have
not quite
pores.
sure how to raise the volume here on StreamYard.
Okay, well, maybe our IT team can figure out how to raise the volume. Well, we're excited to have you here. I'm super excited. I met Raj, I guess about, I don't know, was it a year ago? I guess it was about a year ago, maybe a little over a year
A little
ago.
less. I think it was last August.
Oh, last August. Isn't that ridiculous? I feel like we've known each other for so long.
Yeah.
But just again, really connected, had similar beliefs in life. He is the mastermind behind our newest initiative for the Day of Calm that we have yet to in- actually release, but it's coming soon. And we're going to let you all know about that. But he is also a very inspirational speaker. He is a filmmaker. He is a coach. He is a professor. And so many valuable things you're about to learn from
But
Raj.
most importantly, I'm the father of a 4-year-old daughter
Yes,
who
a
has
beautiful 4-year-old
redefined
daughter
who
and
has
the husband
once
of a
again
beautiful
redefined my
wife.
perspective on life.
Exactly. Exactly. All right, Raj. Well, I'm going to let you take it away and we'll start your, I think you have up slides that,
Yes, Anupam, you could go ahead and start. Okay, everyone. So I want to tell you a little bit of myself and a story called Get Unscrewed. How to transform your perspective of brokenness to boldness and a sense of not enoughness to empowerment. Next. So, let me tell you a little bit about how this all started. You know, as I was growing up, in most of my life, I was not confident or able to go out into the world the way I am now. It was a very different time of my life. And it was shaped by my perspective and the story that I created about who I was. And the story was very debilitating. And as Celia said, I had a spinal disorder and multiple surgeries, and I just felt like my body was broken. My body did not work like everyone else. And I created walls around myself. I created my own limitations. Now, in life, there's walls and limitations posed on us externally. So the last thing we want to do is create our own walls and our own limitations. But for a long time, that's what I did. And it held me back. It made me see life from the back row of my own life. Next. So let me take you back a little bit, go back in time a little bit. It was a Sunday morning. It was a parking lot in a mall in a J.C. Penney, I believe. I was with my dad. I was 15 years old, and I was sitting behind the wheel of a car for the first time, and I was so excited. Not because of the normal reasons of trying to get freedom, but because all my life I was slower than all the other kids. I couldn't walk like the other kids. I felt like if I get behind the wheel of a car, the playing field is even. I could hit the gas and I could drive and I could go anywhere the same way everyone else can. So my dad looked over at me slightly nervously. It was the first time. He said, "All right, let's go." So I go to put my foot on the brake and nothing happens. Then I said, "Oh wait, wrong pedal, gas." But nothing happens again, and I press it more and nothing happens, and it's feeling awkward. And I was like, what's going on? And I pressed the pedal and the car took off down the parking lot, almost like 88 miles per hour. And my dad is freaking out looking at me, and he's like pulling on the parking brake. And I'm, the last thing I want to do is die in this parking lot on a Sunday morning in front of J.C. Penney. So finally, I'm trying to stop it, and I stop the car. And we're panting, and I look over at my dad, and my dad's saying, maybe the bus system would be a better option. And I didn't know what was wrong. I saw everyone in the world was driving. It couldn't be this hard. So one day I said, let me try my left foot. and I tried my left foot, and suddenly it was night and day. I could feel the pedal, and it was the most amazing feeling. And I started to drive, and for the rest of my life, I've been driving with my left foot. But at that point, I felt like, this can't be right. And that's when I told my parents, and we went to a neurologist, and I was diagnosed with a rare spinal disorder. And although it was a shocking news that we received, I was super delighted because finally there was an answer. All these years, I felt like something wasn't wrong, and now I was told something indeed was wrong. Celia, are you still having trouble hearing me? Oh, I can't hear you now.
That's because I'm muted. I'm always muted.
Okay, okay.
I am, but I think some people say they're hearing you fine on your phones. If you guys will put in the comments if you're having trouble hearing Raj or not, or if it's coming through loud and clear, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah,
Just do your best to talk as loud as you can, I suppose.
Yeah, this is the normal setup I always use for all my classes and whatnot.
Yeah, and Anupam said you have a great mic, so I'm not sure what it is. Could be me.
Yeah, I mean, usually when I'm on the calls with you, it sounds fine, correct?
Right.
let
Just keep
me see if I
going.
could- Let me just see if I could, the mic is, built in. Okay, I will try to speak louder. Okay, next slide, Anupam. So what happened was this led to a life of me trying to fix myself. I felt like something was wrong with me, and if I could fix myself, I'd be okay. I didn't want to be better than other people. I just wanted to be the same. So this led to a life of spinal surgeries, screws and rods and brackets, and these were intense surgeries. After each one, it took me about 4 to 6 months to kind of get back to normal. And I felt like I was working on my Iron Man suit, and I was becoming partially recyclable. But after every surgery, I was disappointed because I wasn't seeing the improvements and changes like I thought I would have. But I kept looking for things to fix my therapies and braces and different elements and new surgeries and new things to try. And I was always looking down the road of one day, if I could get fixed, things would be better. Next. Anupam, next. So what happened was I really retreated in my life. I wasn't the protagonist in my own story. I became a supporting character. I didn't want to go out into the world as much. I didn't want to take on new opportunities. I kind of closed in on like a bubble, and I wasn't living life to my fullest. And when I talk to clients and so many people in their life, I feel the same thing. Because of something that's holding them back, a wall that they've built themselves, they retreat. They go to the back of the room in their own life, and they're just not participating at the level that they could. And looking back, I feel like I'm sure I missed out on so many opportunities because I was so worried about what was wrong with me and what people would think of me. I just wanted to kind of blend in to the background. Next. So I had hope. I kept hoping that things would get better, hoping that things would change. And what I realized was after a while, hope is really not always a positive thing, because what happens is you put hope and you're putting your wishes into an external thing that you can't control. Because when you hope for something, you're just waiting for something else to happen as opposed to taking a proactive action in your own life. And so many people hope things will get better, hope things will change, hope there will be a stroke of luck. And so, what I really had to get out of that mindset and be like, no, I can't continue to hope that all of a sudden I'm going to be fixed and be like everyone else. Next. So, like a lot of people in life, I was walking around wearing a mask. I was always acting like everything was okay. I was acting like things were fine. I would make jokes, and everyone would think, I was happy and I was positive, and Raj is getting through it all. He's dealing with all this stuff. And that's what I wanted to portray. And I couldn't even tell my parents exactly how I felt because I didn't want to worry them. And I couldn't talk to my friends and other people because I thought no one truly understood what I was going through. And I feel like so many of us are carrying a burden deep inside, and they're putting on a smiling face. I mean, there's people that seem perfectly successful who unfortunately are dealing with something on the inside. And until you deal with this burden on the inside, you're never going to be truly happy. And that was the case with me. Next. So let me give you a story about how my self-perception affected every aspect of my life, right? So I was sitting in a movie theater. I was watching a movie surrounded by an audience, and I was nervous. My hands were sweaty. I had butterflies in my stomach. I was looking around, and I was so anxious. Was I watching a horror movie? No. In fact, it was so ironic. I was at a film festival and I was watching my own movie with an audience who was watching my movie. Complete strangers, and they were enjoying the film, laughing at the jokes, and just watching the movie. But, the only thing I could think about during that entire time is the path that I had to take to walk from my seat to the stage. So I was literally thinking over and over, I gotta walk down, I gotta go down, I gotta go this way, I gotta walk up these stairs, walk to the center of the stage, and everyone was going to watch me. Because I always felt that any room I walked into, people were gonna see my brokenness and not who I really was. And that entire experience was completely ruined for me because I was so debilitated by my own perception of my life. And at that point, around that point, I felt like I had to make a change. I couldn't continue living with this perception of myself. Next. And that's when I really felt like I had to make a change from the inside. This whole time I was looking for change from the outside. Surgeries and gadgets and gizmos and miracles and hope. And finally I had to look and say, you know what? The only way for me to change this is to change my perspective. So in filmmaking, you can have a scene with actors and scenes and all this stuff. And just a little change of the camera will change the perception of the scene to the audience. And just the same way, I had to change my perception of who I was. I couldn't keep looking at myself like this broken used car. I clanked and made some funny noises, and I couldn't keep looking at myself like that. I had to change my perspective and give up on hoping for something to change. And that's exactly what I did. Next. So, I asked this question, do you make Victimade or lemonade? Meaning, when life gives you lemons, you could make lemonade. Or you could see yourself the victim. And for the longest time, I saw myself as the victim. I was victim of bad luck, bad circumstances, a bad body. And I see so many people in the clients I deal with, all ages, they have this mentality of something is happening to them from the outside world. And that's why their life is a certain way. And when you change your perspective and how you react to what happens becomes more important than what actually happens. Because bad stuff's going to happen all the time. And you can't take a bad occurrence and use it as an excuse to give up or behave a certain way. I think when something bad happens, you have to change it, turn it, look at a different perspective to see how you can overcome it, how you could learn from it, and how you can move forward in some sort of a positive manner. Next. So we all have adversity. Mine was very physical. But, when I talk to people, some of them have emotional struggles, some have anxiety issues, past trauma, childhood issues, perhaps, some betrayal in their life. And these are all adversities. And some people think you got to overcome the adversity or forget the adversity and move on. And I think it's really important that when something happens, when there's adversity in your life, instead of just forgetting about it, you have to learn from it and leverage it. Because otherwise, there's no purpose for that adversity. And you have to give purpose to the adversity. You have to learn from it and use it as some sort of a springboard. And so that's what I did. So I looked at myself and I thought, okay, I've had to deal with these malfunctions in my body for most of my life. But what did I learn from it? Well, one, I learned how to do things in different ways because I couldn't do things the normal way. And this really taught me a lot of problem solving skills. It taught me how to do something a different way. And I applied that to my life. I helped other people do the same in their life. It helped me develop a sense of humor because when things are really bad, you have to find a way to laugh about it. And I want to help other people do the same thing. Find the humor even in the dark moments of their life. And it gave me a sense of confidence because what I realized, if I could overcome all these obstacles, these huge surgeries, and my inabilities to do the simplest of things, and learning to do and overcome that, imagine what else I could do. So I always urge my clients, let's look into your adversity. Let's look at what happened. How did you come out of it? How did you grow from it? What did you learn from it? And then how could you use that as an asset in your life moving forward? Next. So I always think we have two hands. We have, in one hand, our shortcomings, all the things we can't do, all the things that we wish we didn't have, all the problems, all the negativity. And so much of time we're focused on that. We're focused on that, what we can't control, the stuff that is so unpleasant and we're unhappy about. But you know what? We have this other hand. And we have these seeds of potential. We have our skills, our talents, our traits, our experiences. And so many times we neglect those because we're so focused on the stuff we don't have. And I really had to open this other hand and nurture those seeds, right? What were the things I was good at? What were my talents? What were my skills? I was helping one of my clients recently, and he was going through a real tough time in his life, and he was looking for some kind of renewal and kind of change, and he said he was very unhappy with where his life was. And I asked him, what are your talents? What are your skills? And he said, I don't know. I don't really have any skills or talents. And I said, hold on, let's really dig into that. And we started really diving deep into his past experiences, his adversities, what he's come through. And we started making a list. And he was so surprised at the unique traits and skills and talents that he actually had. Because he never bothered to open that hand and look at his seeds, to nurture those seeds. And once he did, his life started to blossom. And so that's what I urge you and anyone who's dealing with something to oh, I'm so sorry that the audio is low. I just don't know what the problem is. I've used the same system for everything, although this is the first time I'm using StreamYard, so I don't know if it's a StreamYard issue. So, yeah, I'm very sorry you can't hear me. I'm trying to speak as loud as I can without yelling at you, because this is a day of calming. Celia says, don't yell. So I'm trying to be loud without yelling. Next slide, please, Anupam. So all this led to me commonizing myself. So what happens is, when we are so focused on the negative and so focused on the problems, so focused on the things that are broken, we're anxious and we're stressed and we're unhappy and we're just not in a sense of happiness or, a satisfactory state of life. Because we're always like, I need to fix this, I need to hide this. And once you change your perspective, it's amazing how calm life gets. I had a student once tell me, Raj, you're always so calm. How is this possible? Well, for one, I've been through so many large medical ordeals that most challenges in life are not as big. And number two, I really came to accept what I had to deal with, who I was, what I couldn't do, and also what my strengths were. And that just enabled me to let go of what you cannot change or control, and let's just go, right? That's the only way to move forward in life. Stop controlling what you can't control and change what you can't change, because there's some things you just can't. And when you put that boulder down, it's amazing how freeing it is and how calm you can be. And when you're calm, you can be so clear in how you see life. Next, Anupam. So I'll tell you a quick story. Wife. So I met my wife the way everyone does nowadays, maybe, which is which is online. And she lived on the other side of the world in Sri Lanka. And when I met her, I was very upfront with her, because at this time I've accepted who I was, what I could and couldn't do, and I had no self-esteem or confidence issues. And I came out right away and I told her, I said, listen, I have this disability. I have a cane. I can't run. If a dog chased me, I cannot run. I have to wrestle it down to the ground. And I was completely upfront. So I was vulnerable. And years after we got married, she told me that the first thing that really made her become attracted to me was the fact that I was so honest and that I was so vulnerable about my weakness. So some people think vulnerability is a weak trait, but actually it's the opposite, because if you are confident and strong about who you are, then you feel completely open to share those bits of your life that you may be weak in. So vulnerability was a strength. And because I got to a place of self-acceptance, and calm, I was able to be vulnerable. And this helps in every stage of life. So when you can be vulnerable about things in your life, it is a great way to engage people you meet, whether it's one-on-one or whether you're talking to a large audience or colleagues or any new interaction. It immediately creates a sense of trust and a sense of engagement, because the other person now can feel like you've shared something special, and now they say, okay, I want to hear more. Okay, next. So this leads me to one of my final thoughts I want to share before doing any questions, if you guys are still hearing me, I hope. So what I really had to do for myself and what I really love to do for my clients is unleash the 6C superpowers. And the 6 C's are confidence, courage, creativity, compassion, commonality, and calmness. I feel like these are such important parts of a life, of a personality, to have a profound change in happiness and success. So once you get confidence, you can become courageous. And what is courageous? It's just the ability to try things that make you slightly scared. And you can only do that when you've accepted yourself, accepted what you can and cannot do, and feel confident about yourself. When you're courageous, you could be creative, because now you're willing to try new things. You're trying to try new perspective, and that's all creativity is. I always tell my clients when they say, I'm not creative. Well, creativity is simple. Creativity is just looking at something in a different way and not down the usual path of how it's usually looked at. And when you're confident, you can do that because you don't really care whether you might be right or wrong or what someone will think. This is your idea, and you can present it in a creative way. Compassion is so important, and the only way you could get compassion is when you could let go of your own struggles and your own burdens. Because when you are so focused on what's wrong with you and the problems that you have, it's hard to be compassionate towards others because you're not open up to what others might be going through. And once you overcome that internal burden and struggle, now all of a sudden your world opens up and you start to think about what others might be dealing with. And once you become compassionate, that leads to commonality, which is so important because commonality is finding what's similar between the people you meet. No matter who I meet, I can immediately try to find some way that we connect, something that's common in both of our lives, and that creates engagement because now there's a mutual thread of understanding. And finally, when you can be creative and compassionate and find the commonality, all of a sudden you get a sense of calmness because you're not trying to pretend to be something you're not. You're not trying to defend yourself. You're not trying to prove something. You are able to make connections with others and be yourself. Next. So I always tell people there's more in you. There was more in me, but it was hindered by the walls and artificial limitations that I put on myself. Same way, people put their own limitations, and they're not truly vibrant as they can be. They're not reaching for the highest level of their performance, whether it's in their professions, in your personal life, in their relationships. And I say, are you at your most powerful potential? Because when you can lay down the boulder of what you're struggling with and shift your perspective, you can be confident and compelling and compassionate. And all of a sudden, your world will open up in huge ways. I've seen it in myself, and I've seen it in so many people I've helped. And so that's what I wanted to leave you with. Next. So I started as a coach almost maybe 8 months ago, thanks to Celia. And I love helping people find the strongest version of themselves, overcome personal issues, help them with self empowerment, relationship issues. And so there's my website. And Celia, love to have a conversation with you for the remaining time if you have any questions.
Hi, Raj.
Hi. I'm so sad that you couldn't fully hear it. I mean, I don't know how
Well, I
much of
could
that
hear it.
you.
It's just very soft.
Okay.
But somebody, we did notice that on a phone,
Yeah.
it's much louder.
Oh, I don't know
So if I
why.
could hear it on the phone, it was much
Yeah.
louder. So I wanted to ask you a question. And
Yeah.
if anybody has any questions, you can put it in the comments. How would you say you have been a film producer? You have
Yeah,
been
writer director.
you have taught at the college level about film and production. How would you say that that experience has impacted your ability to help others?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, for one, I've dealt with students for 16 years now from all spectrums, from low income, from different parts of the country, and I really see I could find threads through all of them, and that goes back to finding commonality. So I've seen students that come from Los Angeles to small tiny towns in the middle of the Midwest, and I see certain problems that are the same throughout. And so that's why I feel like the common problems are there of self-doubt, insecurity, not being confident of one's own ideas and perspectives. And so I've always tried to encourage my students just to take a chance. If you have an idea, share it. Go after it. There's no right and wrong. You're in an education system. And the same thing when I'm working as a director, when I'm working with actors, they might be dealing, if the performance is not coming out because there's something holding them back. Maybe they're doubtful of their performance or they don't feel totally confident in the moment. And I try to, build them up and say, you're here for a moment. You were chosen for this role. I believe in you. You are capable of this. And the performance you give is uniquely yours, right? Whether you're a student or an actor or any person, what you put into the world is so uniquely yours. So you have to be confident in that and not be afraid of how others will judge it.
Absolutely. And that's a huge problem that you bring up is that people are so concerned about what other people think.
Yeah.
And people are, in this world, like I brought up before, of social media and connection to everybody and anybody. There's so much comparison. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so adamant about parents not yelling at their children, because that creates self-doubt. That creates a lack of confidence. That creates always being worried about what other people think, because they're always afraid of doing something wrong. They never feel like they're doing something right. And if they speak up, who's going to judge them or criticize them?
That's totally
So
true. So right.
it is, really insightful to realize the connection. Everybody sees films, sees TV, and it's like, oh, this is all make believe. But yet the best actors are the best people that can put themselves in a role. And I think through many roles, we find healing.
Yeah. One of the things that I found very surprising and so delightful, I screened my film in festivals across the country, and I had the chance to go sit with audiences in completely different, from Michigan to Jersey City to, different parts of the country. and all these audiences would laugh at the same moments or become silent at certain moments. So even though the audiences were so different, their reaction to the movie was the same. And it's not really a movie. It is a movie, but what I'm saying is they're reacting to the human connection that they're seeing in the film. So I think that's why, our new project that we're going to work on is so important, that
which
no
I
matter
think we'll
how
talk about.
yes, no matter how different we are, no matter where we come from, our, insecurities, our fears, our hopes, our moments of laughter and joy, that's all the same.
Yes. And our new project is called Common Grounds. And what we're going to be doing is bringing together two people that are from different backgrounds, different cultures. There might be young to old, old to older. There might be, races, religions, all kinds of conflicting backgrounds that people often feel like we have no connection. And we are going to have two people sit down and find their connection through asking each other questions and learning about each other. And when we actually listen and we learn, we find commonality. Because, and yes, Francisca, there will be a replay. There's a replay of all of these on the Day of Calm YouTube channel. So any ones you miss, guys, these will be recorded and will stay on our YouTube channel so you can watch again. Thank you for that question, Francisca. But what we don't realize, and you can find this in my children's book, Being Different is Fun, because what people don't realize is when you take two people, there is much more in common than different.
Yeah.
You look at me and Raj. We're from different backgrounds, different countries. He's from Sri Lanka. I'm American. He is, what's your religion?
Well, I'm actually Catholic, so that's not.
Oh,
very
he's
different.
Catholic. I'm
And
Jewish.
you're Jewish, yeah.
He's dark skinned. I'm light skinned.
Yeah.
He's
I'm a short
he's
brown
short.
guy with
I'm
a cane.
short.
So
He walks
one of
with
the
a cane. I
ideas-
don't walk with cane. We both have back issues. His more than mine, but I wore a brace for 5 years as a child. He's had multiple surgeries. There's so many. We have two eyes. We have two ears. We have a mouth. We have a nose. We have arms. We have legs. There's so much more we have in common, and one really great heart. We each have a great, strong heart. Well, mine, went through an issue a few years back, but it's still good and strong. And that's what we don't realize. We don't realize in this world today that when people don't listen, when people just quickly judge, I call this generation the headline news generation, because they see something on social media and they go with it. They don't investigate. They don't do their own education. They don't form their own views. They believe that is true and they share it all over the place.
Yeah. So that's all true, Celia. And the other thing is I wanted to say is, the idea for Common Grounds came from, I always felt like, when people are racist or have hatred towards another group, it's because they are hating from a distance. They are just seeing stereotypes and have never actually met a person from that group that they hate. And so if you bring these two people together that may have never get the opportunity to sit down together, and they just having conversations, now all of a sudden we find all the commonality. And now you're not afraid of something that you don't know about, because now you realize, wait a second, I don't have to be afraid of this person. I don't have to hate this person. There's so much about this person that's the same.
Yep. That's the thing. Oh, wait, you froze.
Oh,
Well, I'll talk. Are you talking?
no. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. I have no idea. I never have issues on Zoom, but StreamYard is somehow not friendly to me.
It's
Let me
I don't
stop
know
my
why it's
camera
not
and I'll
doing
turn
that.
it back on.
But you know, there was a gentleman. Oh, where'd you go? Now, oh, they're back. So I had to look up his name because I couldn't remember his name. His name was Ron Stallworth, and he infiltrated the Ku Klux Klan. He's a black man, and he infiltrated the Ku Klux Klan just to meet and get to know people. And what happened was he even had a face-to-face meeting with David Duke. And what happened was through his connection, through these people meeting and talking to and connecting to another, and not another, possibly their first Black American, they quit the KKK. And that is our point over common grounds. Roger, you with me? You're
I
frozen.
can hear you.
Okay, well, you're just frozen. But if you can hear me, you can talk because I can hear you.
Oh, okay. So you can hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we just
Okay,
lost your
all right.
video feed.
Yeah, okay, I think I'm back.
Oh, you're
Okay.
back.
Yeah, it was frozen. I don't know what happened. What was your question? I was trying to
And that,
manage
well,
to
that I was
figure
just telling everybody about the gentleman who infiltrated the KKK. And that's our point. Our point is when you sit down with someone over coffee, thus the common grounds relates to coffee. You sit down with them and you ask questions and you discover what's different about each other. You find what's the same. You have the same beliefs. Everybody believes their thoughts are valid. And in order to connect, you have to be a good listener.
Yeah, one of the things, I really, this spoke to me is when I was a kid, when I came to the United States, I was an immigrant. I was a, 7-year-old brown kid who didn't really speak English the best and smaller, shorter, everything was different about me. And I was in a new world surrounded by kids that looked nothing like me. And they saw me and I was as different as I could possibly be from this group. And I struggled, and for a long time I felt like such an outsider, and I had to find just real ways to find common grounds with these kids to build these bridges and start to get integrated in society. And once that happened, it just opened the doors to so many connections and friendships, and it opened me up. It made me a better person because otherwise I felt like, oh, I have to be in my bubble because I'm so different from this world that I'm in.
It's all about you being available to listen and others being available to listen. When we just shut it down, when we just go through life, I believe this, you don't. Therefore, no matter how much history we could have been friends for the last 50 years, not talking to you anymore. I'm ghosting you. You've lost. I'm blocking you. All these things that we do that are aggressive reactions. People have disagreed since the beginning of time. And the way you start connecting is not by ignoring, is not by blocking, is not by having total disregard for anybody that thinks differently from you, but is by being willing to listen to their valid, what they believe are their valid points and their valid beliefs, and find conversation which will lead to connection.
Definitely. And I think, as you said, when you hold these pent up hatred and anger towards somebody else, you're doing more disservice to yourself. You're carrying around this boulder of negativity, and it might not even affect the other person. You're doing it to yourself. And when you could lay that down, all of a sudden your world opens.
Exactly. And so many people will say, I hate this, or I hate these people. And then they'll blame those people for hating something,
Yeah.
as if their hate is any better than those people's hatred because it's their hate. Hate is hate.
Yep.
And if you're hating someone, whether you think it's valid or not, you're judging someone. you're criticizing someone based on their beliefs, you are as much of a problem as they are. You are disconnecting. You are not unifying. You are not working on making this world better. You are working on division.
Yeah.
And
so
that's what
hopefully we
our
can
new
start
project is all about. And if you love this, if you want to help us create connection, one conversation at a time, one cup of coffee at a time, we're going to be taking people who want to be a part of it. Please message us. You can send us a message at dayofcalm.org. As well, we will be taking people, and I should say taking people, encouraging people to sponsor. We want sponsorships. We want donations. We can't do it on our own. We need help making this a better world. And you guys are here already with a great start. So, Raj, thank you so much for being here, for sharing your wisdom, for sharing your life story, your challenges, but how your challenges were able to put you in a place of being a stronger, more confident human being.
And I think what I'm really happy about is now I could take everything I learned and help someone else who's going through it and get them to where I am now a lot quicker. Because when I was young, I had no one to talk to. But now I hope to help those people. And even people who are not suffering in such a deep way, there's people that are okay, but they could get to a much higher level in life still because there's certain limitations that are holding them back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like you said, the mask. Many people hide behind a mask every day. Many people have their persona that is not equivalent to their person.
Yeah, totally. Yep.
Well, thank you, Raj.
Thank
So
you so
appreciate
much
you
for
being
having
here.
me.
Thank you for
Yes.
sharing.
Next time I'll have cue cards with what I'm saying, so if the sound doesn't work, I'll just hold up a board with my dialogue.
Okay, well, I don't think people that were on phones had any problem hearing you.
Okay. All right, well, sounds good. Thank you so much for having me, and this was such a wonderful experience.
Thank you, Raj.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, guys. Excited to have all the great speakers. So grateful for our lineup of speakers during this summit. I hope the ones that have heard or seen most of them have found this summit to be way eye-opening and just really got so many methods of calm, so many things we didn't know, so many new things that we can try. I hope you're finding that all here. So we're going to take a little break. We're going to show you a little video. We're going to welcome our next guest who should be here soon, hopefully. And in the meantime, take a break, dance, move, wiggle, shake to the music while we watch this.
Viewers all over the world, good morning. We are here at Brilliant Nursery and Primary School. Thank you so much for watching this show.
Aunga sana. Aunga. Aunga sana. Aunga. Aunga sana.
Hi, everyone. I'm Celia, the founder of the Day of Calm Foundation and the International Day of Calm. And I come to you today to tell you, number one, why we celebrate it on April 5th of every year. And number two, why I'm so passionate about helping 10 million parents stop yelling at their kids, about creating a world where people take responsibility for their actions and their reactions. And we stop criticizing and stop judging and start accepting and learning more about each other and connecting. I'm so passionate about this because this world really needs our help. And it starts with you, each person. So let me stop here and tell you about a man that was determined to do so much for mankind. He was part of the original team that put airplane seatbelts into automobiles. He worked on the Apollo missions and sent men to the moon. He created the fastest ship in any military environment, the U.S. Navy, which still holds a Guinness World Book of Records. He created planes that transferred water to large areas of fire on land. The list of accomplishments goes on. And why do I tell you about this man? Number one, he's my father. Number two, he felt very mediocre. He literally felt like anyone could have accomplished what he did. But he did it. He was not proud of himself, and he thought very little of himself. Why is someone like that feeling so down on themselves? Because he was raised by a man that beat him, yelled at him, screamed at him, always told him whatever he was doing wasn't good enough. And this great man grew up believing he wasn't good enough. Is this what you want for your children? And when we're raising children with that kind of anger and rage, we're only creating more adults with anger and rage. It is up to us to make a change. One person has a ripple effect through 7 generations. On April 5th of 2020, my father passed away. 92 years old, a World War II veteran, a great, great man that if he wasn't around, many things would not have been done. I honor him with this mission. I honor him with this day. I honor him with the Day of Calm Foundation. And I beg of you and encourage you to please join us in this mission. This is what is going to change all of this violence against children. Yes, guns need to be controlled. Yes, certain kinds of things need to be controlled that are material things. But what we need to control more than anything, we need to help, is our human brains. The person behind the gun that's screaming for help. The person that believes human trafficking is okay. The person that beats a child because they're crying. That anger and rage has to be resolved, and it can only be resolved at the human core. We have to get back to basics. We have to get intentional about the way we raise our children and the way we role model our lives to children. We are all role models for kids, not just parents, not just teachers, all of us. Anyone a child sees is a role model to a child. So let's start getting intentional about our actions and our reactions. Let's become proactive instead of reactive. Let's learn how to completely calm our lives, de-stress our lives, enjoy our lives, and let's do it together as a world, as a nation, as a community, as a family. Join us.
Life can be overwhelming. We all have our struggles, our differences, and our own pressures. But what if we took a step back, looked beyond our individual perspectives, and discovered the common grounds that unite us?
Hi. Can you hear me? Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you for joining us. We are back for our second to last session for this day, for this summit, with one of my favorite humans on the planet. His session last year blew away most attendees. We got so much feedback from it. It was so warmly welcomed and received. It's because he is one of the gentlest souls that I know on the planet. We met long ago in a business coaching group, and I think instantaneously on screen, we connected. Let me tell you a little bit about Harry Lopez. Harry Luis Lopez is a certified personal and professional success coach, an entrepreneur with a decade of experience coaching and mentoring leaders. His expertise extends to coaching and consulting leaders at renowned companies such as Google, Amazon, Facebook, and more, with features on platforms like BuzzFeed and Insight Timer. Sorry about that. As the founder of Launch Latinx, Harry empowers ambitious Latino leaders to overcome fears, deepen self-worth, and create the life and business of their dreams. Today, Harry Lopez will be speaking about You Are the Halo. Embody your halo essence from within anywhere you go. Harry Lopez, welcome to the International Day of Calm Summit.
Celia, hi.
Hi, Harry. How are you?
I'm so good. That was such an incredible intro, and the videos are amazing. I just feel so pumped up right now. How are
Thank you.
you?
Thank you. I'm so glad because I think you are amazing. And I'm so excited for your topic today. And I know you're excited to deliver it. And so, so before you get started, can you tell everybody what gave you the inspiration, the sparkle of the word halo?
Oh my goodness. First of all, so good to see you, and congratulations on this summit and making it to day 3. I know I can only imagine how much work has gone into this. So just thank you for all that you do for kids, for humanity, for the world. Just it's so good to know you. Such an honor. Okay, Halo was something that just started on a whim. I was at the doctor's office, and the nurse practitioner was putting in my information one day, and my name is Harry Lopez. So he was putting in my abbreviations, and it said Halo, and he's like, "Hey, you know that your name abbreviates to Halo, the first 2 letters of your first and last name." And he looks at me and he's like, "You can do something with that. That's really cool." And I look at him and I'm like, that is really cool. Yeah, I like that. And at the time, I had just gone through a breakup and was like heartbroken, super devastated, and things just weren't working. Like things didn't feel good in my personal life, and I was just looking to step into some new level of expansion, a new level of self-understanding, and ultimately really coming into a radical love for myself that I had never known before. So I thought it'd be really cool to develop an alter ego. And this alter ego was known as Halo. And, Beyonce has Sasha Fierce, Kobe Bryant has, Mamba. Other people have developed these alter egos to support them in their lives. And I thought it'd be really interesting for me to develop my own, and this alter ego that represents everything that I want to embody in my life. And so I came up with Halo. And Halo was this persona that I would embody and step into. It would be my highest self, another version of me that is like stepping into radical, unshakable confidence and self-worth and liberation and authenticity and audacity, and also vulnerability and humility. And so each of the letters of Halo, I created an acronym for it. So H in Halo stands for humility, honesty, and healing. Pillars that I want to stand for, principles that I want to live by. The A stands for authenticity, abundance, and alignment. And I've added audacity in there because just recently this year, 2024, that's been a word that's come up for me a lot, is audacity. The L is for liberation, leadership, and love. Those are just very all-encompassing for me. Really, those 3 L's are really what all of my work is about, are those 3 things: liberation, leadership, love. And the O is for oneness, own, and overcoming obstacles. And those 2, right? Those 3 pillars right there are just so, all-encompassing of the things that I really want to embody and stand for. So Halo is this alter ego persona that I put on the costume in the morning, and then I do my day-to-day. I go through life, and I'm, moving through the ups and downs. Life is lifing. And then at the end of the day, I take off the costume. I take off this alter ego, and I return back to, my authentic, real, raw, unfiltered, full expression of who I was always called to be in the world. I'm all of that and none of that at the same time, from the spiritual context of life. And so it's been really beautiful for me to really lean on those pillars and lean on this persona, this identity, to walk through this life. And it's been really rewarding and challenging too at the same time, as is all of life. So that's how Halo was born. And both an alter ego persona, but also this representation of our inner light. And so my call and invitation for folks is for everyone to embody their own Halo, the light that they have within, the love that's always been there, that's never gone anywhere. It's always available. We can always come back to it. It's the purity of us, the pure love. That's what halo represents to me. And when I was and when I was coming up with it, it was really cool because so many of the four letters are in so many of my favorite words. My favorite word is shalom, which has the most meanings out of any word in any language. Hello, goodbye, peace, like just so much, right? To the acronym of halo. Shalom, halo is in shalom,
Yes.
in hola, hola in Spanish. My family, Latinos from Nicaragua, immigrants from Managua who came to the U.S. in the 1980s during the Revolutionary War of the Sandinistas. It's in aloha. Halo is in that. It's similar to the word
It is. Isn't that interesting?
It's in aloha. It's in the word similar to the word holy. Holy, holy, right? So it's in, I mean, there's so much. There's just so many meanings and representations, and even the image of a halo being like this, like uniting, what's it called? Like an infinity, or like a halo sign that is
It's an oval.
It's an oval that is all together. It's
Right.
one. It's like
And lit often.
Yeah, it's lit with the light.
Cycle of light.
Yeah, and it's often represented as above us and outside of us, but I'm making the claim that it's actually always within us, that we can always embody it. And you know, Beyonce's favorite song, "I Can See Your Halo," it just felt so fitting. And at this point in my life, I wanted something that I could lean on and stand for and stand by, as something that I can always come back to whenever I feel a little kicked off my center, kicked off my my truth. So I can always come back to those pillars. And even when it comes to business, right? I lean on halo too. It's like, who do I get to be today? What do I get to stand for? How do I want to embody? How do I want to respond in this kind of situation? Oh, okay, authenticity. So I lean on authenticity. Oh, okay, love. Just choose love constantly. Oh, liberation. That is one of my core values. Like my purpose and mission for the work that I do is for the liberation of all beings. And I know that by liberating others, I'm liberating myself. There's no separation. We're all one, which comes back to oneness.
Right.
So that was kind of the way the how this came to be was just really, really fascinating, really interesting.
It was meant to be.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's in my name. It's so interesting.
It is interesting that, you didn't realize that before, but that it's your initials. And I love how you related it to all these other peaceful connection words, for humanity, like shalom. And it's so interesting.
It felt very divine. It's felt very divine since the beginning of it. And there've been, it's interesting talking about this because I've just been living it for a while and I haven't really shared about this for a while. But I mean, I started the blog, the Halo Project blog, which is where I've captured my experiences of awakening into myself and my journey of healing, which is never ending, which is ups and downs constantly. And I've still got so much work to do. I'm a student and a teacher, humbly. But Halo has been something that I've rejected at times, right? Because it's, egoic to attach myself to something, right? When I'm all of it and none of it. And constantly asking myself in this process as I continue expanding and learning more about myself in this experience and asking questions, who am I really? Who are we really? Why are we here? Why are we here? And at the core, it feels that the essence of Halo really captures a lot of what I want to stand for while being here.
Your integrity.
Integrity has felt really important, has been one of a very, very clear core value for me as well. That has stood out. So, yeah.
I love it. And I'm excited to hear what you have to talk about today. And So I guess I'll let you take over. Have a
Mhm.
drink of water. Everybody else, cheers on the water. Anybody else have water?
You know, I'm also, while I'm here, I'm on TikTok live as well.
How are you?
I'm live streaming on TikTok because I know that it'll record it, and I know that there's folks here that maybe will be inspired by this
Good.
message.
I'm join in. Excellent.
Yeah.
I love it.
Last year, I was in Malaysia when I spoke with
Right.
you
I
guys here.
remember.
I was in Kuala Lumpur, and I remember that I was like in the peak of this like massive spiritual awakening. I was just doing so much meditation. I was in Thailand for a couple months in silence. And I remember that right before this talk, I had just meditated for a long time. I was alone for days. And then I went and saw you on camera, and it was so beautiful. And that's what it feels like now too, except not as much meditation and silence. There's a lot more
Right.
like being out in the world now. But I want
Now
to
you're back
invite
in the
us.
States.
Yeah, it's so good. Welcome everyone, whoever's here. It's so good to be connected with you here. My name is Harry Lopez. I'm based in Miami, Florida. I'm a leadership coach, and a performer, writer, and I would say artist as well. So
Absolutely.
I just want to drop
I'll
this.
leave you
Yeah.
and I'll let you do your thing.
Thank you, Celia.
See you at
So-
the end.
All right. Let's go ahead and just ground everyone. Welcome. If you're just now joining me, let's go ahead and just ground the energy and presence. So I'll invite you to just get really comfortable wherever you are. Plant your feet on the surface of the earth. Gently close your eyelids if you'd like. And take a deep, lengthy, expansive inhale through your nose. And letting it out through the mouth. You with you, just nice and gentle. Breathing in again through the nose. And follow your own rhythm. Letting it go. Exhaling. Continuing the steady flow of inhales and exhales on your own. And really taking a moment to appreciate yourself for your presence here. Appreciate the connection, the sacredness of this moment, this experience. Continue expanding the spaciousness around your body as you continue breathing in through your nose, imagining that there are roots growing beneath your feet, deepening into the earth. What a gift. Oh my God, what a gift it is to be here. What a gift it is to be alive. What a gift it is to breathe. A new breath, a new day, a new opportunity, a new connection, a new opportunity for growth and expansion. Releasing any tension that you have in your hands. Inviting and welcoming any contraction that you may have in your lower belly, in your shoulders, in your back, in your cheeks. And knowing that it is safe for you to be here. You're safe here. All of you is safe. And all of you is 100% worthy, 100% enough already. Take that in. As you continue breathing in through your nose, this next deep inhale, lifting yourself up into your freedom, into your possibility, into your joy, limitlessness, into the space of unconditional love, radical, revolutionary self-love. That's what's called for here in this present moment. That's what we need more of in the world, are embodied leaders who embody radical, revolutionary self-love. And as you continue breathing, deepening into the essence of you, just imagining that there's a halo above you, a beautiful, luminescent halo, whatever color you want it to be. And this halo is just simply floating above you. This halo is continuously pouring light and love and showering you with its radiant light. Overfloweth abundance, pure unconditional love and safety and sustenance and security. And in this light, you are safe. You are safe to dream. You are safe to play. You are safe to express yourself. You are safe to just simply be, allowing yourself to be supported and held by the halo. And knowing that you are the halo, there's no separation. It's already you. This light is just simply a mirror reflection of you. And it always has been and it always will be. Every day, every second, every minute. My God, what a gift. What a miracle. What a miracle you are. Oh my God, what a miracle. What a gift. What a blessing. I'm so grateful for this moment. I'm so grateful for this opportunity. I'm so grateful for this reflection. And as you continue breathing, just take a moment to connect to why you decided to be here in the first place. Take a moment to connect with something that brings you joy. Maybe it's your puppy or your cat, or the memory of a loved one, or that gluten-free vegan waffle from that restaurant you like going to after yoga. Me. Take a moment to connect with something that lights you up like nothing else. Whether it's dancing or singing or painting or ceramics. And let that light and let that joy just engulf you, reverberate inside, outside, around you, in, as, and through you, outwards into the world. And take one last inhale through your nose, embodying the frequency that you desire to embody in this life, the highest timeline, and letting it all go, exhaling out of the mouth. And relax. When you're ready, you can slowly come back to presence. If you are still here, if you are here, let me know in the chat section one word that's coming up for you. How are you feeling coming into today? How one word that's coming up for you being on this call. Whatever it is that's coming up. Hello, everyone also on TikTok. It's so good to be here with you. Blessed, beautiful. Hello. Thank you so much. So good to have you with us. Wherever you are in the world, so beautiful to have you with us. Okay. Let's go ahead and again, I just want to continue on with this talk of the halo, this light, this love, this pure love. When I was in Thailand a couple months ago, I would go to this Buddhist temple right down the street from where I was living. It was really cool. It was a school for the blind, and inside this school for the blind and the deaf, there was a beautiful temple outside, and there was a coffee shop. And if you've been to Chiang Mai, Thailand, which is in the northern part of Thailand, it is a city with the most Buddhist temples in all of Thailand, and it has so many coffee shops. And so, young people, they start businesses out of coffee, and they're coffee shop owners, and they're baristas, and they're coffee aficionados and influencers. And I would go there every single day, and I would go to the temple, and I would go to these big trees, and I would just talk to the trees. Minda, good, relieved. So good to have you with us. I would, Lucky, Francisca, yay, welcome. So good to have you with us. I would talk to the trees, and I would just kind of like vomit everything that I wanted to say, that I needed to communicate. And unbeknownst to me at the time, I didn't realize what was happening is that I was really communicating with the different parts of me, and communicating with my higher self. And there was something about being in nature that I never appreciated until I got to Asia. The trees, the birds, I felt for the first time that I could really communicate with my surroundings and the world around me. And it was beautiful that I would go into this Buddhist, outside of this Buddhist temple, and beautiful nature and trees and lakes and rivers and birds and so much happening. There's so much life that was happening outside of me that I had never experienced, that I had never allowed myself to really stay present to fully experience before. And it was as if I was having a dialogue with all of life and all of nature in that moment. And it was in those moments of walking to that Buddhist temple that I felt like I was having the most transformative experiences of my life and having the greatest downloads. And I was listening to a podcast the other day with Glennon Doyle. I don't know if anybody here listens to, ¿cómo se llama? We Can Do Hard Things by Glennon Doyle, that podcast. And there was a therapist that was on there, and he was talking about parts work. And as he was explaining what you do with parts work, you talk to the different parts of you inside of you, like the you at 7 years old that was afraid, that experienced maybe some traumatic experience, maybe the you at 14 years old, the you at 21 years old, the you at 30 years old that experiences fear, the different parts of you that make up who you are. And I realized that that's what I was doing when I was in Thailand. I was doing parts therapy, but I wasn't necessarily doing it consciously. It was just happening through me. And what I want to say is that our bodies have natural healing capabilities way beyond our understanding. Oh my God. And even as we're here right now, like we are communing with each other. We're vibrating together. Like you are taking in and listening to my words because I'm giving you the permission to experience me. And there's no way that we can't elevate as a result of that. Our frequency shifts completely when we're in the presence of positive high frequency beings. That's what I like to call it, positive high frequency beings. And that's one of the reasons why I felt so magnetically attracted to Celia, because of how she was vibrating in the world and the work that she was doing and her mission in supporting kids. And you can't help but want to be around energy like that as a result. So for me, this concept of the halo represents like high vibrational frequency. It represents, for me, the halo represents what it is that I was able to achieve when I go out into nature, when I'm able to commune with nature. And nature has the highest, it's the most perfect algorithm, right? Nature is the highest frequency. It's the highest elevation of what we can experience here in this life, because it is real, it's natural, it's raw, it's authentic. It was here before us, it will be here after us. Our experience here, we are just here for a little split second of time. And what is time really, right? Time is just a social construct that we've created. But we can always lean on the intelligence and the purity, the sustenance of nature to govern and to orchestrate and to lead us back into truth and purity and rawness. And I think that that's what we're called to do here, is to shed, release any distortions, misalignments, anything that is outside of the purity and the real rawness of who we were always called to be here in this life. And when we came
Harry, we lost your sound. No, we can't hear you. What happened to sound? Anupam. See, this is the act of staying calm while things don't go right.
Hi guys, so till Harry, please join back in. Till then, we'll show some videos to our viewers.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay. There he goes.
Perfect.
We'll show a video until Harry comes back. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Celia, the founder of the Day of Calm Foundation and the International Day of Calm. And I come to you today to tell you, number one, why we celebrate it on April 5th of every year. And number two, why I'm so passionate about helping 10 million parents stop yelling at their kids, about creating a world where people take responsibility for their actions and their reactions. And we stop criticizing and stop judging and start accepting and learning more about each other and connecting. I'm so passionate about this because this world really needs our help. And it starts with you, each person. So let me stop here and tell you about a man that was determined to do so much for mankind. He was part of the original team that put airplane seatbelts into automobiles. He worked on the Apollo missions and sent men to the moon. He created the fastest ship in any military environment, the U.S. Navy, which still holds a Guinness World Book of Records. He created planes that transferred water to large areas of fire on land. The list of accomplishments goes on and on. And why do I tell you about this man? Number one, he's my father. Number two, he felt very mediocre. He literally felt like anyone could have accomplished what he did. But he did it. He was not proud of himself, and he thought very little of himself. Why is someone like that feeling so down on themselves? Because he was raised by a man that beat him, yelled at him, screamed at him, always told him. And we're back.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Oh, great.
So do you remember where you were talking?
I don't know. What last part did you hear?
So you were talking about trees, connecting with trees and telling them your life story. Sorry. Okay, so this is where laughter really is the best medicine. Don't spray water all over your computer.
Do you remember that happened last time I was on a call with you?
Happens a lot when we're together. I think it happened in the restaurant. Okay, so we'll let you return because you're so calming and everybody's in this state of like utter calm.
Really?
Yes, because your voice alone, Harry, is like so calming. So I'm going to leave with my loud, obnoxious voice and let you take over.
No, Celia, I love your voice so much. Okay. Where was I? Welcome back, everyone. If you're listening, it's so good to be here with you. This concept of halo. So yes, right? Like life-changing spiritual experience, traveling, exploring myself, um, creating what I want to say is there's so much possibility and purpose that's built out of pain. And for me, I think that Halo was built out of pain, right? Suffering, of loss, of grief, of healing after a really painful breakup and losing someone that I really loved. And for me, I just found myself in a really dark place, and I was wanting to get out. I really wanted to like reinvent myself, right? And there's this idea that I mean, we can experience multiple deaths in this life without ever really truly dying. And I think that for me, there was a death that happened. There's a death that happens during a lot of different stages of life. And during that grief of that painful heartbreak, I experienced a death of an old version of me that was no longer serving me. And there was so much grief because I was holding on and so attached to the old version of me that I didn't want to let go of. And Halo was an identity and a persona that I really wanted to step into. And I wanted to give myself the possibility to reinvent myself, knowing that it is possible to continuously reinvent ourselves in this life. And to step into a version of myself that I never gave myself the permission to embody. So if you're here right now and you're finding yourself stuck, if you're finding yourself like, oh, yeah, things are good, but I really want to get to the next level. I want to be great. I want to take them. I want to be even more expansive and more risky and more edgy and more live a more epic life. Then perhaps one possibility for you is to create the avatar, like design the kind of person that you want to step into being. There's this quote by Madonna where she says, you can go your whole life being a sheep, or you can spend one whole year being a wolf. And I freaking loved that. Like, what if you, like, yeah, you can go your whole life being a people pleaser, giving into other people's interpretations of who they think you should be, like, buying into victim mentality, playing it small, playing it safe, like doing the day-to-day, doing it the same all the time. Or you can decide like this, in a moment, I'm gonna be that motherfucker. Excuse my language for the children, excuse me. I'm gonna step into being audacious, a boss, extraordinary, incredible, wealthy, prosperous. I'm going to see what it's like to not give a damn. And if that's something that you desire, or if there's something stirring within you as I say all that, then why the hell not? Why not you? Why not you? There is no separation between you and Madonna. There's no separation between you and Beyonce, Christina Aguilera, Oprah Winfrey. Like, these are humans just like you. Just like you. There's no greater than or less than in the spiritual context. And when we do that, we miss the opportunity to truly connect. And I know that I've gone my whole life by putting people on pedestals. And I just want to say, no more. No more. You are the light. You are the halo. You are, and you always will be. And even in moments when you forget, it is still already within you, because that radiant light is always happening. You might go to sleep at night, but that light is always already within you. And that's the real message of today, is that if you desire to live an extraordinary life, that you can do that for yourself. You can design it for you. And no one is going to tell you to do it. No one's going to be like, okay, now it's time, now go. No one's going to go give you permission, even though I know that as humans, we're constantly seeking permission outside of ourselves. You get to be the permission. Halo is permission. You are the embodiment of permission. Oh my God, if I want to embody one thing today, it's permission. It's permission. Permission that you can be daring, that you can be great, that you can be extraordinary, that you can be everything and anything that you've ever wanted to be, and that it's not too late, and that time is a construct, and you might be telling yourself, oh my God, I've lived my life already. It's time for me to go. No, until your very last breath here. Why the hell not? And I speak for myself as I say this as well to you. Why the hell not? And why the hell not you? You get to embody the light and the radiance of who you were always called to be. And a lot of times it's really just coming back to our inner child, coming back to our essence as kids. And when we were kids, we allowed ourselves to dare and to dream and to fall down and to make mistakes and to play and to be inventive and to be extraordinary and to be magicians and to be astronauts and dancers and flamenco dancers and to play with kids regardless of barriers and regardless of color and gender and race and sex. Like we just were loving, we just loved. And then all the programming and the conditioning happened and we started to believe stuff about ourselves that was not true. So I know that this is like, you've heard this maybe time and time and time again, but maybe you hear it from me and it lands differently. So allow this to land, allow this to just reverberate through every cell in your body, and know that you are constantly changing, constantly evolving, constantly. There's always stuff there's always more for you. And from the spiritual context, your soul has no limits. So your soul is ever expansive, ever stretching, ever growing. And why are we here? We're here to grow. We're here to sprout and to blossom like nature. Full circle moment with nature. Yes, thank you all so much. In the name of Halo, in the name of love, in the name of the fullest expression of who you were always called to be in this life, remember that you are it. You always have been. And you don't have to seek outside of you for it. You just get to look within. So let's just take a moment to breathe. One last deep inhale through the nose. And exhale. Thank you.
Well, that was wonderful and peaceful and calming. And I love that you said permission, because it reminded me of when I had the thought of creating the Day of Calm, when I decided a few years ago, everybody in this world just needs to calm down. The problem is we all just need to calm down. That's it. And I was like, we need one day, everybody's going to calm down. And that's when I basically decided to create the International Day of Calm, which wound up becoming my third business. But I remember thinking, I can't do this. I can't do this because I don't have sponsors. I need to get sponsors. I need to get people behind me. I had like a whole list of things I needed to do. And I spoke to one of my mentors at the time, Steve Sims. And I talked to Steve. I had like, I was in his group and he had like little YouTube coaching moments. And he had me come on. And I was telling him about this. And he goes, just do it, Celia. Just do it. He goes, in this world of social media, you don't need permission. And that's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for someone to give me permission. Turned out Steve Sims did. But, I was waiting for permission. And then I decided, that was in January of 2021. My dad had passed away the year before. I had already decided it was going to be April 5th. And we put together the first summit in like a couple months. And it's, that permission is so important. Now I'm going to put up what Maddie says. Wonderful. What came up for me was, hey, baby, take a walk on the wild side. Everyone's wild is different. What's yours? Thank you, Harry.
Yes. Do I know Maddie?
That's my sister.
Oh, hi, Maddie. I remember meeting her.
So it was like it came up, and I remember thinking, like in creating all this and deciding, yeah, I'm just going to do it. How
Mm.
many things we don't ever do because we expect someone out there in the universe to give us permission. People have ideas every day, incredible ideas. And how many times do you have an idea and somebody comes up with it and you're like, man, I should have come up with that idea. Look how good it's going. It's like Baby Shark. Baby Shark is a perfect example because Maddie and I, who created FunFit together back in 1987, we actually created it earlier, but we made it a business in 97. Hi, Chrissy. Baby Shark is an old camp song. They did not invent Baby Shark. Maddie and I did Baby Shark in our camps. Of course, ours is much better. If I do say so myself, much more exercise, much better story. Sharks attack. We call 911. It's a whole big story, elaborate story. But we've been doing it for 30 or more years. But those people decided to take an old camp song and make it a huge, what do you call that? Gigantic thing. And like it's the theme song of the Washington Nationals. It's all over. It's got, things you buy. I'm doing a good job of explaining their business, aren't I?
It's a lot
But
of,
it's like
yeah.
Maddie and I had something in our brain said, oh, we could take this song that's in the public domain, old camp song from God knows when, and make a whole business out of it. Never occurred to us. So you never know. You never know what you're not taking a chance on that someone is going to similarly make into their world. And you've got to give yourself permission. The only one that you need permission from is you.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's been something that's come up a lot lately. And I see it left and right with friendships and within myself. It's like, I'm waiting for someone to say, okay, go. I'm like, okay, you're right. But like I'm outsourcing my power versus insourcing, and knowing that, like, similar to the halo, the light, the sun doesn't ask for permission to shine its light. It just does. It doesn't have to ask for permission to get up in the morning or to go down. The moon, like, it just does it.
Flowers.
It just work. Flowers, they don't ask for permission. They just do what they do. They do what they're called to do.
It's only humans that stop. In all of the world, it's only humans that stop and make excuses, blame,
Mm-hmm.
and decide, no, I'm not good enough.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do this. We spend so much time comparing. Nature doesn't compare. There's no
Nope.
comparison in nature. One tree doesn't go, whoa, I'm a much bigger tree than you are.
Mm-hmm.
They just grow. They just do their thing. They just
Yeah.
are who they are.
Yeah, and they're like cohabiting and coexisting with one another and doing
Cats, dogs.
peacefully. Yeah, and, the wild, they get to their own survival mechanisms and evolutionary protective stuff, but they're all doing their thing. They're all just doing the thing and not like second guessing and self-doubting themselves like we do as humans. And we're so
Yes.
brilliant in our capabilities and as creators. Like we are conscious creators. Like we bring life to this world, and we create technologies and innovations, and like, wow, the power of the human mind. But also the gift in that is also a big shadow as well. The shadow of the ego and self-sabotage and victim mentality. And I think that's what what's really needed right now is a lot of healing and consciousness, and above all else, real authentic community.
Yeah.
People coming together authentically and being seen and witnessed and held. There's a lot of transactional relationships. There's a lot of superficiality and surface, and we're moving away from real authenticity. And I think that that's really the currency of our time is authenticity, vulnerability, and heart above all else, because we're moving towards the age of technology and AI and all these, surfacey, superficial things.
And I think we're spending a lot of time because of the nature of today, the nature of, all of this access to social media and the web and everyone else. We're spending a lot of time, too much time, on comparing ourselves to others. And that
Yes.
limits us.
Oh, and it's energetically draining on the body. Like, it's exhausting. And we're putting our energy towards that versus putting our energy towards creation and possibility and our vision. And someone said it the other day, but one of the reasons why people are so depressed right now is because they're so disconnected from their purpose, their vision, their mission.
Yes.
And I think that a lot of it is really just shedding and releasing, and not necessarily always like adding more new things. It's like really releasing and letting go of stuff that's not, it's getting in the way and blocking us from our potential and our radiance, like the halo. Maybe, I see this image of folks with their halo, which has always been there, but maybe there's like thorns and like cobwebs and like things that are blocking it, and it's just time for us to like
take out the trash.
Take out the trash, declutter.
Yeah, and it's so true. And those things are what stop us. Those voices in our head that, once again, the reason I don't want people yelling at their kids, and yet we do it every day, is because that little brain that's learning to be a developed brain, those voices that we hear every day were put there when we were little. Those feelings that not only do we do nothing right, but everything we do is wrong. That is what a child views their life as when they're constantly yelled at. Like I talk about my dad. Here's a man that did all these great things, and yet he felt worthless. People don't grow up hating their parents. They grow up hating themselves. And that's the truth. And then this multi-billion-dollar industry of therapy has everybody recovering from their childhood. What if we could blossom from it instead?
Beautiful, Celia. Thank you for your mission and your heart and the work you do and your conviction and your passion. We need more Celias in the world.
We could have Celia and Harry go on the road.
Hey!
We have been on the road.
We have. I love
We
it.
need to go back on the road.
I know. My God. Yes, let's please make it happen.
I
Seriously.
know, it's been too long. It's been too long. Harry, I love you. I love you, buddy.
too, Celia.
I love you. You are an inspiration. You are, every person that hears you has become enriched by you, has become calmer through you. Your voice, your commitment to feeling. Maddie says, Halo, the 4 ways of knowing united, not just mind. Yes.
I love that. Thank you, Maddie. That's beautiful. Is Maddie your sister, the one that's an author?
Yes. So she just published the Mandala Meditations.
Oh my God.
And it's
I have a coloring book. I have a coloring book called the Mandala.
Let me show it. Hold on. Oh, see.
I have a mandalas book. This one.
Oh, it's beautiful. So Maddie would have been on this summit, but she was unable to for certain health reasons. But
oh my God, it's beautiful,
try
Maddie.
to show you her book, the Mandala Meditations.
Wow.
It's amazing. You will love it. It's all Maddie's poetry written out with her drawings. These are her drawings, her poetry, her thoughts that were basically downloaded to her over many, many years.
Oh
So-
my goodness.
Oh, look, there it shows you. There we go.
This is gorgeous,
Lion,
Maddie.
it's beautiful.
Congratulations.
It's beautiful.
How beautiful.
And if you guys access last year's Day of Calm, Maddie did a wonderful program on doing your own mandala meditations, how to do them, how to create them, how to, be more through them. And you can access that from last year. But you can also buy the mandala meditations online through Amazon. Maddie cheers. So you'll have to get that because you'll love it. Are you making notes? I see your head. I see your scalp.
Oh, sorry. Yes. That's so beautiful. My goodness.
I know. It's a really beautiful book. You'll love it when you get it. Okay, so Harry, we'll let you go. I know you have other things to do with your life, but I'm grateful that you were here with us, as I'm grateful that all these other people were here with us. Guys, after Harry, before we say goodbye to him, I want to let you know that I will be closing out the summit. We're going to be talking about intention, responsibility, why it's important, and what CALM means as an acronym. And it will be our final session of the day of the summit. But right now, let's say goodbye to Harry. Goodbye, Harry. I love you.
Love you too, Celia.
And
Bye,
thank
all.
you
Thank
so
you
much for making us feel relaxed. And those who are still awake and haven't fallen asleep because you're so relaxed. We're going to show you a short video, and then I'll be back for the final session of the day.
Aunga sana, aunga, aunga sana, aunga, aunga sana, aunga, aunga sana, aunga, aunga sana.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you to everyone, excuse me, for being a part of this summit, for being a part of a mission that truly hits at the heart of every person, really impacting anger and rage, truly changing the face of what this world can look like, because it can be so much better. But we have to decide it starts with me. If you're writing in the comments, write down it starts with me, because it absolutely does. And I think we have one more video just to share with you to thank our sponsors. Our sponsors are here helping. Curtis Ginsburg is the architectural firm behind building the school in Uganda. They are the leading green architectural firm, I think, in the world. We are sponsored by ISORC. You can look through Kasturi Ram College of Higher Education, Billie Jean is Marketing, International Society of Nature and Forest Medicine, Pumped Up Parenting. You can be a sponsor too if you believe in this. And if you're a business and you want to be a business that's known as a sponsor for the Day of Calm and the mission of Calm, by all means, reach out. We would love to have you. Is the video is ready. I'm going to show this and then I'm going to close it out with my final session.
Thank you to our sponsors. Pumped Up Parenting. Curtis and Ginsberg Architects. iSource Innovations at Work. And New Pam Mindworks. International Society of Nature and Forest Medicine. Kasturi Ram College of Higher Education. Billie Jean is Marketing Inc.
And we're back. Thank you so much to everyone. Thank you for your contributions during this summit. For those of you that gave whatever you can afford, we are eternally grateful. We will propel this mission forward. We will not stop. We will work until we affect not just people in India, not just people in Chile, not just people in the United States, Canada. I'll be speaking at the World Forum for Childcare and Early Education. That's going to be in Canada in 2 weeks. We are working to help the world be more intentional, more calm, and really help rescue the violence that has plagued this planet. Let's get on with our last session of the day, and that is featuring me. So I want to just talk to you before we say goodbye about how you've heard all these incredible experts over 3 days. You can re-listen to them and rewatch on our Day of Calm YouTube channel. They're all there. You can share it with other friends and family and coworkers to help inspire them and get them to learn new ways of taking control over their life and being the calmer person, the less stressed out person. And I want to talk about this acronym of CALM, this word CALM. What makes up this word CALM? Where can we learn from these four, I almost said 3 letters, 4 letters? How can we create a life of intention, of responsibility, of consistency? Because you have to be consistent. You may have found one thing, and if you're in the comments, would you write down what, if you've been with us, I know a lot of people have written down, it starts with me. Thank you. Thank you. Now I would like you to say, what is one thing from any of the speakers that you heard that you're going to take home with you? That you're going to say, you wrote it down, you're like, okay, I'm doing this. What is that one thing? And take your time because I'm going to keep talking. Because that's the one thing. Maybe it was what Harry said. Maybe it was about giving yourself permission to do what you wanted to do. Maybe it was what Matthew said about going out, connecting to nature and hugging a tree. Maybe it was what what Saurav said about taking time to be in silence. Maybe it was what Anupam said about not being fearful of AI and taking advantage of what it can do for us. Goes on and on. Excuse me, terrific speakers, and I think I'm losing my voice. But let's talk about the letters of CALM. C-A-L-M. C. C is for culture. Your personal culture. People think of cultures and they think of, cultures that are, ethnic cultures and religious cultures. But do you know that you can have a personal culture? A personal culture, and this is what you believe, what your core values are. Chrissy says, connecting with nature and becoming more comfortable taking my son out in nature. Is prone to running away, so I tend to stick to indoor playgrounds. Yes, getting him out. It's calming, Chrissy. It's calming. What is your culture? What are your values? And you can take notes because you can write these down if they're popping into your head as I talk. What are your core values, your beliefs? Is it honesty? Is it integrity? Is it kindness? Is it fun? Is it politeness? Is it calm? Is it being self-sufficient? What are your core values? And it also includes your personal goals. What are they? What do you see as your perspective of control? The fact that I told you guys the secret of life is that you are fully in control of you. Can't control the stuff that's going on in the world. Can't control the wars. Can't control the unhappiness. Can't control somebody else in your family. But you can control you, how you react, how you act, your disposition, your attitude. We talked about gratitude, how that can really help you and your children and your family get an attitude of appreciation. Is that one of your beliefs and values, that you should be more grateful? I really challenge you to write a personal mission statement. A personal mission statement for you that includes your values, your goals, your beliefs. Write them down. Take the top 3 and write yourself a brief mission statement. This is not like a book. Of course, if it comes out to be a book, you might want to publish it. But write yourself what you're committing to be today. I challenge you to write a mission statement. And if you want to send it to me privately, by all means, send it to Celia@dayofcalm.org. Absolutely. Okay, so that is culture. Minda says, taking time to breathe in between pressured moments, especially at work, is very important to stay calm and focus. Absolutely. Absolutely. Take a break. And it's great for your brain, Minda. Our brain, it is scientifically proven that needs breaks. The perfect example is you're sitting there reading something and you've been reading it and you've like read the same page 25 times. And you're like, oh my gosh, I really need to get something to eat. You go out and you've been looking for something. You go out, you get something, you come back, and what you were looking for on that page is like lit up in neon colors because your brain needed to break. Your brain needed that. And if you have a child at home that's doing a lot of work and you struggle with them with homework, or they're doing virtual school, give them breaks. Let them work for 20 minutes and take a 10-minute break. They will be so much more productive. They will retain so much more knowledge. And they won't fight you as much because you'll be burning energy in between. Okay. C is for culture. A is for accountability. Am I talking about other people holding you accountable? No. I'm talking about you holding you accountable. You being committed to what you have decided and holding yourself accountable for it. You holding yourself accountable for your actions and reactions. Taking responsibility. Stop making excuses. Stop blaming. Stop saying, well, if this person didn't do this, I wouldn't do this. I hear so many parents say, my kids make me yell. No, nobody makes you yell but you. Unless somebody is holding a gun to your head and says, you need to yell. No one's making you yell. Things can trigger you. Your children might upset you, but the only person that makes a decision to respond by yelling is you. Hold yourself accountable. And if you decided you're not going to yell anymore, make it a family effort. Your kids will happily encourage you not to yell. And if you want to be really intentional, I have a 21-day program. In 21 days, you'll stop yelling at your kids. You get a super discount. It's a one-time price of, I think it comes down to $48 if you use the coupon code. And I'm not sure what the coupon code is. What's the coupon code, guys? Not sure. I think it's Day of Calm. But, coupon code Day of Calm. Go to quityelling.org. Quityelling.com. Thank you. Quityelling.com. Coupon code Day of Calm. You'll get 21 days. You'll stop yelling. So accountability is your personal responsibility, personal consistency, personal persistence. Your purpose. What is the intention? You holding yourself responsible to achieve the purpose you've set into your path. L, language. What are you saying? Communication is about 80% nonverbal. Breaks down finer than that to tone and actions and movements and all of that. 20% the words you say. That's not much heaviness on the words. It's more heaviness on the way you say things. What are you saying to others? How are you saying what you say? And even as important, what are you saying to yourself? I have a little morning ritual I'd like you to start doing, and I call it the morning 3. And guys, there's a little banner you can run that I made for this. Every morning, in the morning, and you can do this if you have kids, you can do this with your kids. I want you to complete these 3 sentences. I am grateful for whatever you're grateful for. I am, the 2 most impactful words in any language, because it depends how you follow those words. If you follow it with negativity, your brain will prove that right. If you follow it with positive statements, your brain will also prove it right. Your subconscious mind proves whatever you tell it to make it true. Your brain doesn't listen to anyone as much as it listens to you. So finish, I am so grateful for. I am. And the last sentence I want you to finish is, wouldn't it be awesome if? It gives you permission to dream, to have goals, to have desires, and it puts them in place on paper. Write these things down, do it with your children, and then I really encourage you to read what you wrote in the morning before you go to bed. So it's the last 3 sentences you put in your brain before you go to sleep to encourage that positivity, to encourage that dream, to encourage you to continue to believe in yourself. Remember, what you say to you is so important. Those words you're speaking in your head that you're always speaking, those little voices, I'm not good enough, I don't do anything right, will carry you through life if you don't change it around. And M for calm is mindfulness. Being aware of what's going on. Your strengths, your weaknesses. We all have strengths and weaknesses. We're all really good at stuff, and we're all not so good at stuff. What are you good at? Match that with your passions, your dreams. Build your patience. You learn so many ways to grow patience, to grow calm, to take initiative on what you've learned here and become a more patient, a more calm person. Identify what's stressing you out. Is it your career? Is it your family? Is it your finances? Is it your health? What is it? What is it that's stressing you out? And how can you be proactive to de-stress your life? Calm is not just sitting on a mountaintop looking out at the world. It's taking control and de-stressing the areas that you can de-stress. If your family is stressing you out, reach out to someone like me who can help you find a better way. If it's your finances, go to someone who specializes in finance, a finance manager, a financial advisor. Find a better way. Recognize where your strengths and weaknesses are, because there are other people in the world that are opposite your strengths and your weaknesses. And your weakness is their strength. You're like, I'm not good with money, or I'm not good with numbers. There are lots of people out there in the accounting world, the CPA world, the finance world that love numbers, mathematics. Find your opposite and have them be a support system for you so that you can de-stress intentionally. Focus on your purpose, your mission that I asked you to write, so that you desire to do what you want to do. Why were you put here on this planet? What is that desire that you have? Is it to write a book? Is it to be a coach? Is it to be a teacher? Do you desire to be a doctor? Do you desire to be a mom, a dad, a grandmother, a grandfather, something that's put you into life and you decide, I'm just going to be the best you can be, the best I can be? What would you like your life to look like? Be intentional with that. Focus on that. If things are not working out for you in your career, if you hate going to work every day, take a look at it and honestly be like, how can I change this? What do I need to do? Do I need to go learn something new? Do I need to learn a new trade? Do I need to just find another job? Do I need a different company? This company's not family focused. I prefer to have a company that cares about my family and my wellness at home. Write down, make lists. Lists are great things. But start taking responsibility and intention for where you want to be in this life. Give yourself permission, like Harry said. It's there for the taking. You just have to decide to do it. Is it always going to be easy? Absolutely not. Are there going to be times when you second guess yourself and think, should I really be doing this? I'm sure there will be. But if you stay driven, you write that mission statement, you write your purpose, you practice the morning 3 every day, you will feel better and better about who you are and why you're here on this planet and what you have to give to the person standing next to you. It starts with me. It starts with you. One person can make an incredible impact in this world. Teach your children. Always do your best. Live life with integrity. Be in control of you. Master that. Master what you have control over. Don't stress about what you don't have control over. You don't have control over it. There's nothing you can do about it. There's everything you can do about you. Reach out to me if you need help. Reach out to any of the other amazing speakers that were in this summit. The fact that you were here tells me how incredible you are. So you have permission to be who you want to be. I thank you for being here. If you believe in this mission of ours to really soothe an epidemic of anger and rage that has taken over, join us, support us, send us projects that you're going to do at home to make it more calm. Plant a garden with your family. Take a walk, hug a tree, sit in silence. It only takes the initiative to decide, today I'm starting. So as we leave this summit, as I thank you for being here, I hope your next step, other than possibly eating something, maybe you're hungry or going to the bathroom, is what you took away from here and what you are going to add to your everyday life. I'm so glad to have met you too. And I'm not sure of your name because it says Facebook user. So if you give me your name, we'll really connect. I love having you guys here. I am eternally grateful that you took time out of your busy schedule, and I know it's busy, to spend time here with me, the other speakers, and being intentional with your life. You deserve it. You are worthy of all of it. God doesn't make junk. So you have to be great, right? If you want to talk to me personally, you can connect by going to my calendar at talkwithcelia.com. We'll have a nice conversation. We'll talk about what's going on. In the meantime, guys, I'm going to close out this summit. Eternally grateful to you. Thank you for being here. And as always, I wish you all days filled with peace, love, calm, and lots of laughter. It really is the best medicine. Find your funny. Enjoy life. It's meant to be enjoyed. It's way too short. Bye-bye, everyone.
To our sponsors, Pumped Up Parenting, Curtis and Ginsburg Architects, iSource Innovations at Work, and New Pam Mindworks, International Society of Nature and Forest Medicine, Kasturi Ram College of Higher Education, Billy Jane is Marketing Inc.
Ahunga. Ahunga sana. Ahunga. Ahunga sana. Ahunga. Ahunga sana. Ahunga. Ahunga sana.